I did, yes. Meantime, tell me how pretty my new overlay is. It's pretty much the exact perfect level of just like... Previously what I was doing with these was I was essentially using alpha transparency and chroma keys to take actual videos of VHS tracking and lay them on top of my various VLC sources, which I thought looked basically fine, but was very resource intensive and ultimately very visually noisy. Whereas these are basically, like, my chat there still has, you know, you can see the VHS static from the background. That's basically just like a 30-second loop, and then I've got my random media stuff on top. It's just another VLC playlist. Everything else is two shaders, CRT curvature and CRT scan lines. That's it. Plus a lot of, I finally figured out how local transforms work, as well as transforms within groups. So I was able to refactor all of my screens so they are basically independent. Anything I change in one of them will be changed in the others. With the exception of stuff that I don't want changed, like the message there. My other one is when I'm waiting to start. This is when I'm experiencing technical difficulties or something. Yeah, it's a lot cleaner. A little more CPU friendly. Yeah, the extra, like the CRT curvature adds so much to these. I'm genuinely surprised how good it looks. Like, between this and the flat ones. Yeah, exactly. In fact, the curvature looks so good that I actually made the chat screen bigger on this screen. I popped it out of the silhouette, and then I just made it big enough that it covered the mat, like the hole in the mat. So I was able to cram slightly more chat on screen. Plus, it's a lot friendlier to, let's see here. If I turn off game capture, I still have my little fallback screen there in case I crash. And it looks as genuine as it's gonna get. The only thing I really wish is I can figure out some CSS wizardry to make my little follower goal there look like the tracking meter on a VHS. That would be super. Haven't quite cracked that one. So, we are in space. I've been dumpster diving for a few hours already. I think I'm currently in... I don't remember what system I'm in. Let's go ahead and hop back into the seat. Yeah, I set the camera to be the interior. This is the equivalent of going into the sleeper cab on my truck in American Truck Simulator. Oh yeah, still the Cobra. Like I said, all of this is on. We're still in Odyssey right now. All of these textures are on low, and it looks exactly the same. So, Just kind of hovering out here in space. Let me start switching everything on. Something I wanted to check, because that's the name of the ship. So something I wanted to check on. People were saying that the effects on the windshield have been lessened in Odyssey, and that seems to be the case. You can see a little bit of... No, the Meowdy Every Pony was our Sidewinder. You can see a little bit of ice on the bottom, but it's not as drastic as it used to be, which is a mistake, I think. Anyway, let's switch everything on. Nah, it's much more pronounced in Horizons. A thing that I always like doing in Horizons is parking on a planet and turning all of my stuff off. And I can tell you the ice effect is way more pronounced in Horizons, even where it is now. Am I quiet? Do I sound quiet? And my little voice meter thing seems a little less energetic than usual. I don't know what's up with that. I did apply a very, very slight 3D manipulation to it, so it's sort of curved. It's very hard to notice, though. Which is fine, I wanted it to be subtle. Oh, some more technical details. I increased the resolution I'm outputting, I increased the sound bitrate or whatever, so like things should generally be clearer. The new encoder I'm using should be able to keep up with it. Let me know if anything weird happens. But for now, before we get back to it, we should pick tonight's entertainment. Because I rigged up something interesting. What's a good one to start with? Nah, I'm not doing the mining. I'm not doing the mining CG. Nobody gives a shit about it.
Space!
You know, I think that helps me make my decision. I think today we're going to be watching.
We're all trying to find the guy who did this and give him a spanking.
I think today we're going to be watching Assignment Outers. Wait, no, hang on. We're going to be watching Attack from Space. Which, hey, you may be thinking, how can you stream a movie on Twitch? That's illegal. No, it's not, actually, because these are public domain. I got them from archive.org, and so long as I am not just restreaming them by themselves, it is technically a transformative work. Which, technically it doesn't have to anyway because it's public domain, but you know how it is. Go ahead and fire that up. Which new one? I see. Interesting. Well, that's very forward-thinking of Anno to immediately release it into the public domain. That's all very funny, but these are all from, like, the 40s, 50s, and 60s, a couple of which are from the 20s. So these are all CC0 or public domain certified. I did my research, thank you very much. That should be showing up. Yeah, that looks basically fine on the preview. I'm gonna full screen this. I'm gonna read your chat on my screen. Yeah, this is one of those Japanese shows that got redubbed. I mean, if there are some that are like available, I could do that. I mean, fucking Reefer Madness is public domain apparently. I didn't know that.
With at least 2 billion stars in our universe, somewhere in deep space there are probably planets with civilizations built by living creatures, some peaceful, some warlike. From the distant Sapphire Galaxy, a ferocious race
It's
of
actually
creatures
surprisingly
cover our
boring.
universe, beginning with the planet Earth. A nuclear war is imminent, the results of which will poison even the distant reaches of outer space, and planets such as this one, the Emerald Planet. Though they are fierce fighters when it comes to defending and protecting their way of life, the Emerald Men in the Marpet Galaxy are essentially creatures of peace. They realize, however, that the Saphirians' mad idea of conquest now threaten their very existence, and drastic steps must be taken to prevent this dangerous act of aggression. The High Council of the Emerald Planet is
Yep,
now
I kind of wanted
deciding
to make it look
what
like it's
must be
floating
done.
in the cabin.
The Emerald Men realize the assaulting force which the Saphirians are sending earthward represents their finest legions and their entire arsenal. If this force can be destroyed before a nuclear war can begin, then the universe will be safe. The High Council agrees that there is only one way the Emerald Men may be able to achieve this.
What, upper
The
left, really?
scientists of the Emerald
I would have
Planet
figured the
have
center
invented
had the
one of
least
most
critical
ingenious
information.
mechanisms the universe has ever seen. Called a globe meter, it is carried on the wrist.
Hey, welcome back.
It enables the wearer to do three things: to fly through space, to detect radioactivity, and to speak and understand every language on the planet Earth. Finally, this great forum of the Emerald Hierarchy reaches a decision. In order to save Earth from the invasion of the
This is
Saphirians,
fair, yes.
they once more must present the globe meter to one of their fellow creatures and send him to Earth. He is the creature known as Starman.
How is the mobile experience these days, anyway? This is Attack from Space. It's from the 60s, I think. Oof. Oh yeah, for sure. Oh, do let me know if the stuttering gets any
Starman's
worse
globe
or
meter
better.
warns him that he is nearing a Saphirian invasion ship, laden with weapons of deadly radioactivity.
Roger. Squawk 7861.
Starman realizes that the ship contains enough radioactive material to destroy Earth within a few seconds. He knows that even though he may be killed,
Yeah, this is a whole genre. No, they don't. I looked, they don't have them. So we have a little context to what we're doing. I am currently in the Alpha Fornacis system, basically digging through the Empire's trash. Because their trash is all very expensive, and I can trade it for other things. So like all this Imperial shielding we're picking up, I can trade it down into other materials. This is Attack from Space. It is edited together from episodes of a Japanese TV show. I picked up a Olympic controller. I love manual scooping, but this sort of like industrial level of garbage dump digging, I need to be able to AFK.
Shower of fiery meteorites has forced Starman to abandon his attack. He decides to land on Earth and to learn who among the billions of Earthlings is a traitor to mankind and is working with the Saphirians.
Yeah, I would love that too.
On Earth, at the Forecap Observatory, a startling discovery is made.
Professor, in the telescope, the GP object lens has been smashed.
What? The lens?
Look.
We won't be able to use it anymore.
True.
On an island 2,000 miles away in the Yamanaka Space Laboratory, where a spaceship to be used for peaceful purposes is being built, another discovery is made and reported to Dr. Yamanaka, who is at home.
Go ahead.
What's that? It blew up again. How can that panel just explode like that?
627. Contact.
I'll inspect it. You can tell Asami to continue examining every part.
On my way to the map. 627.
It's too bad. I wonder why there are so many accidents there. It's very suspicious, and astronomical observatories are having trouble all over the world. I'm scared. I think that someone is trying to destroy the research. You could be right, but why would they try to destroy a work that's so peaceful? I can't understand. I can't either, Ryoichi. As Father's ship nears completion, there are more accidents.
Keoru, I'll go to the laboratory now. After that, I'll go to the plant. You can tell them at the plant to look over the ship.
All right.
Harris Beach 865.
Boy, this really is a genre, huh? This is basically the plot of ye old classics, Prince of Space and Attack of Neptune Men. I looked, by the way, technically neither of those are public domain. Otherwise, we'd probably be watching them.
Asami, what happened?
Oh, Doctor. It looks as though the relays had failed. Then they burned. That made the rectifiers and condensers all burn up.
2 Papa Hotel. Contact again at flat. Go ahead.
Alpha 4 ACIS control. Taylor life support.
Asami?
420.
Here's what caused it to burn up.
Oh? I don't see why.
Golf Whiskey 121.
Those alloys shouldn't burn at all.
ACIS control.
I wonder if there's a flaw in the metal.
Service.
That could have caused it.
Doctor, why not return the part as is?
Waypoint with map.
I suggest sending it to the company making it.
It's too risky. There'd be some publicity. Our enemies mustn't learn of this. With a ship like this, I wouldn't trust them. As men of science, I'm certainly aware that the value of this spaceship really lies in its peaceful usage. With it, we can learn what lies beyond our solar system. And yet the ship is dangerous. Enemies could use it against us. And should that occur, You know that we'll all be defenseless, and the destruction could be terrible. So we will have to continue working in secrecy for a time. So, not a word of our successes or failures must reach the outside world. We'll say nothing until our ship is ready for flight.
As you know, the ship that we're working on for peaceful purposes only. That sort of thing.
Hey big man, how are you doing tonight? Big space travel moment?
Hey, how's it going?
Damage can be repaired.
Welcome.
Oh, we're so glad to hear it. All you need will be a solenoid then for the rectifier panel.
Right. The only trouble is we haven't a single solenoid in our
Wouldn't
inventory.
necessarily call it a big space travel moment. As mentioned before, we are basically just dumpster
I'll go and
diving.
get some then. They're sold at the Precision Works, isn't that true?
Yes.
Then I'll ask Papa to write a list for me. Let's go together. We'll get the part here as soon as we can. That's right.
Ah, but were either of those the case back in the 60s? I think it's the 60s.
Kaoru and Ryoichi leave the island space laboratory and go to secure the precious parts needed for the spaceship.
Can I help you?
Here, this is what
A list. Oh, sorry, the gentleman who just left bought the last ones. We're completely out of stock. I'm very sorry.
Man who just left.
Yes.
What's as soon as you can get this part in again?
If you come back tomorrow, I can assure you that we'll have some in stock.
I shall.
Good day.
Oof. We'll see you in a bit then.
It's peculiar. That strange man took the whole supply just
Drive
now.
safe.
Isn't that suspicious? Certainly is. Let's trail him, right?
That well, huh? Oof. Hang in there, buddy.
Please repeat 10 Victor.
10 Victor, please 15820. 714, welcome. Please walk to 883. 10 Victor, here for MSDCC hearing.
Cleared for jump. Many thanks. 10 Victor.
The best, huh?
714, you are cleared for highway Minnesota. Have a great day.
I don't know. I genuinely don't think I can answer that. I haven't really watched any TV shows in a long time.
Space!
Hey, Muna, welcome.
Sierra 400 Oscar, Alpha Fully CIS control. We will see you again. Go ahead.
We're dumpster diving and watching old movies.
00 Oscar.
Very old movies that are certified public
Should we
domain.
Don't. It's too dangerous. Instead, I think we should call the police.
00 Oscar.
Stay right where you are.
Waypoint over.
I have found myself watching a lot more streams lately.
over there.
Get in.
Move.
Wow, really?
Children, you mustn't be afraid. I'm certain your father will save you. Just as soon as you sit down and write him a letter.
I don't know. I find myself watching a lot of stuff on my other monitor while I'm working on other things. So, like, putting on a stream just slots in there really nicely. Oh yeah, GDQ was really good. It's actually, the most recent one was probably the first year where I seriously made an effort to watch a bunch of it.
You know where to take it.
Man your post!
Huh, never heard of them. They do sound very smart and cool, though.
At this same time, on the island where the secret space laboratory and Dr. Yamanaka's home are located.
Yes? Have the children returned?
One of them did.
Apparently they've been delayed. It's the first time in weeks that they've been in the city. They're enjoying it.
I just hope that they're all right. Osami, how are preparations for the engine test proceeding?
Ah, I'll check it again later. I think by morning you can test it.
On one hand, that is a good joke, but on the other hand, one of them did actually literally die.
Secret here. No one is supposed to know we are located here.
We've been well aware that you're here, Doctor.
Let's see. Alright, I got all the signals.
Star Cruisers 8202, Alpha 4 ACIS control. Please see you again. Only ideal service.
202 Papa, we are locked up in their secret headquarters.
I don't know anything about that.
They will kill us unless you come. Please do what they ask and save us.
And yeah, it was Grant Imhara, the,
You hear? Osami, call the police.
I think he was in, like, he was doing, like robotics for movie special effects before he joined the
Otherwise, you won't
Mythbusters.
see your children again. We're after the engine.
Which is a shame, because he was one of the more fun members of the B team on there.
Who are going to attack the Earth. We have secretly erected another great spaceship. We need the plans of your engine to fly it. You have them build a ship? And you're responsible for the damage here, isn't that right? Our planet must face a war. And you are a spy. I'll make you pay.
Always found his builds more entertaining than the other build team members.
And I'm content. In the attack, I won't die. The Spherians have already assured me of that fact.
Come with us. After the engine is installed, you'll fly it. The ship will be ready as soon as you have the engine working.
Oh,
Let's
damn,
go down.
treachery is happening.
If I decide that I won't,
It's probably about the Cold War.
no, Tabashi, don't take the engine plans. I beg you. Oh. Now, go ahead. Let's go.
Getting a little low on limpets. I'll probably have to restock.
Here, some of the world's top security forces hold an urgent meeting. Gentlemen, I have an announcement. I assure you, it is of grave importance. The blueprints for the great spaceship engine were stolen a few hours ago. And we have also learned that Dr. Yamanaka is missing as
It's
well.
the foot one.
All of his work has been sabotaged.
Have you learned who is responsible?
At the present time, we have no clues whatever.
My limpet crashed into something, so I'm just going to pick up the rest
There might be
manually.
some way that they can help.
No, I strongly disagree. You're certain? Starman, you say? My dear sirs, Starman is outside. He would like, he said, to address this meeting.
Yes.
Is he anyone we can call on to help us? If he is, then I propose that you ask him for his assistance immediately.
The optimization is very bad. And yeah, that's exactly what I was going for, Jim. I remembered that...
Please
Who
listen.
was it? I think it was Hachiko,
Your planet is about
whenever
to be
she
attacked.
streamed Elite.
Take my word.
Anytime she was waiting during travel,
They are called Saphirians.
she would bring up some like
Some of
puzzle
our
game
secret
or something and just play it
infiltrated your
on
most
stream
restricted areas. Your governments.
until the timer ticked down and then she would close it down again. It was very smart.
At this moment, the Saphirians have a huge space station within striking distance of Earth.
Alpha 4 ACIS
That's right.
control.
It is in
Proton
position.
path network 8-4.
And also, I know this. The Saphirians have built a great ship. It is similar to yours, except that it lacks an engine as powerful as the one on your ship.
Check my crafting
However,
lists.
they have managed to kidnap Dr. Yamanaka and stolen the plans for his engine. Gentlemen, I want to say I've come from the Emerald Planet to save Earth and ensure peace for all time.
Roger, Wilson. Walk 7756.
I think if I did the thing
Coming nearer. I know I
where
can.
we linked up Amazon accounts or something.
Gentlemen, please. I promise I will locate.
Oh yeah, that's Starman from earlier.
I'll return Dr. Yamanaka and the blueprint.
I think if we did that thing where we had Amazon accounts or whatever and linked them up to Twitch, I could stream anything that's on Amazon Prime or whatever, but I'm not giving money to Jeff Bezos, so. He has enough already.
We want to have a ship just as strong as your ship.
763, contact.
And we waited for you to volunteer to work on the engine. As you know, we have not tried to make you do it by using force. Our great patience, as well as our goodwill, is at last ended.
I'm sorry, Captain. My children are the reason that I came here. I will not give you any of my help. I'm against war. You may threaten, but I will continue to protect the peace of this earth. I'll do nothing though you may kill me. But my children don't deserve death. You can free them. Captain, they're innocent and should be spared. I'm offering my life to spare them.
Traveling to Doi City.
There's no amount of brutality that'll make me submit.
I have another way to force you to do as I want.
ACIS control. Sierra 8873.
I'll make you into a Sotherian slave for all time.
370, roger. Contact when at waypoint profile.
Like from around the time periods of those, or just about those?
Go on! Go on, no!
Yeah, probably. I used to be more into war movies. Not in a long time, though.
Madman! Your beast! Your attack shall fail! You'll die! Please! No! No, you mustn't! Oh!
No worries.
Sir, we're getting strange interference on our warning system.
Make contact with the space station. See if they know what's causing the trouble.
Yes, sir.
Interesting that in movies of this genre, the bad aliens would usually be in like weird costumes, but in this they're kinda in Nazi uniforms, a little bit.
What is it? Emergency! I know that sound. Starman is causing it.
What? Starman is the cause? Take your battle posts and prepare for action. Hurry! Hurry!
It is very hard to make an anti-war movie. Some might say impossible.
As he flies toward the space station, Starman
Like Trafalgar, like you just said.
The secret Superior base on Earth.
When you reach them, ask for instructions. Yes, sir.
The Superior space station receives the signal from Earth and returns in order to the underground Earth base.
Here is the order, sir. Starman is liable to make trouble. Kill him. Also,
I love a good unbroken shot.
certain that all prisoners are on board. Do not waste any time.
Right.
Starman's cloak leader has warned him that he must face not one Superior base, but at least two. The base under the Earth's surface and the station
One
in
sec, I gotta move my chat window. That up in the corner, so it's not covering the navigation panel.
Kill him.
Starman's approaching.
There we go, that's a little better.
Third, Mach 80.
Yeah? Yeah, we goof about this being, like, again, a genre, but there were a lot of these kind of edited together Japanese serials. Oh yeah, the most recent one's really good. I would tentatively agree with that, yes. Yeah, just extremely good action cinematography. Oh, never mind. The bad aliens are in goofy costumes. Who are the guys in the uniforms? Is it just a military coup? Oh yeah, I forgot about him. Yeah, I don't like looking at him either. Yeah, when you abstract it out more to like the concept of nuclear war, you get a lot of stuff that is anti-war but is also extremely
At this
depressing.
same moment, in the Superior
Like Threads.
underground base,
Random system failures and have dropped out of supercritical.
Launch the ship. Hurry! Hurry!
ACIS security. We are dispatching the search and rescue to your location immediately.
I heard the Aquaman movie was good, but I didn't believe anyone who told me that.
I don't understand. It was just one unit. Turning on emergency life support 8 today.
That's the one that I saw that got shared around. If the whole movie was like that, I'd be interested, but otherwise,
Report. Monitor.
Once you've seen about 900 superhero fight scenes, you've seen pretty much all of them.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
As the ship is launched from Earth, Starman detects the presence of another larger space station. It is the Spherian Supreme Headquarters.
I don't think I've heard of that one. Or I have and I've just forgotten. Ah, okay, it's an Italian thing, I see.
You must instruct the spaceship to use EF orbit, sir.
I know it.
This is Bunda addressing you. Change course. Move into orbit EF. Wait for further instructions.
Our course is altered. We are entering orbit.
EF is near the Death Star. I know
I think it did? I don't remember.
Starman, as he tries to follow it, shall die. The flames there shall destroy him.
I think he just said Death Star, yeah.
To our solar system, and our scheduled attack can begin.
Sir, after it crosses the Death Star and our attack is ready, I suggest you offer a surrender ultimatum.
I mean, yeah, he was very open about cribbing stuff from old serials.
And in order to do that, we'll have our rockets destroy one of the peaks in the Himalayan mountains. We'll approach Earth from this point as planned, but first, Starman must be destroyed.
Starman detects signals being sent earthward from the huge Spherian station.
I love how
Realizes
bored
that the signal
Starman
must be meant
looks.
for a spaceship. He suspects that either Dr. Yamanaka's powerful ship or one
Like,
just
he can
like
fly,
it has
but
just
it
been
does
launched.
nothing for
And
him.
he knows that if this is true, the doctor and his children must be prisoners on board.
Just any novelty of his ability to travel through space has been lost. Ah, true, yeah.
Across the fiery Death Star very soon now. Start adjusting the cooling system.
Yes, sir. Turning cooling system up. Starman sees the ship and calculates that it is nearing the Death Star.
Exterior heat rising. Continue. Yamanaka, make that heat drop.
Mu has fallen asleep.
Go on.
QOB 33 consistent travel to the city.
Oh man, we're gonna die here.
We'll be fine. I'm a perfectly good pilot. I don't necessarily need anyone in the other chair over there.
We're all trying to find the guy who did this and give him a spanking.
I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't done anything wrong.
Hope you saved your
Starman
game.
doubts that his steel body
Because
can
you're
withstand the
dead.
terrible radioactive flames.
It's not over
But
till
he
it's
knows
over.
that he must try to stop the ship from keeping its rendezvous with the Spherian Supreme Headquarters. If he fails, Earth will be destroyed, he has no choice but to risk the flames of the Death Star.
Okay, it was funny the first time they said it, but like they keep saying it. There is, in fact, a Death Star, and passing close to it is dangerous. Oh yeah, no, it's only funny with like what, 70 years of context? Is it 60s?
Now we have passed beyond the Death Star. Yamanaka, this ship is invincible.
Yeah, it's like 70 years.
There's no force in the universe that could defeat it now that it's...
Fortunately, we are now beyond the Death Star.
Using this as a weapon. Doctor, you must be obedient. Since our brain treatment was given to you, you are a robot. That's all you are.
Hey, guess who's here?
You and the others have no choice but to submit to my orders. Without you and your vast knowledge, we could not fly this ship or use it against your planet. But now there's no problem. You are completely under our power.
Oh, I also put the emote wall on the mainstream.
Meteorite coming into the fourth quadrant.
You're incorrect. Meteorites are not in this area. Check your screen.
Yes, sir.
Starman!
Hey, bud.
Starman! Mistake thinking he couldn't withstand that tremendous
Taco.
heat. Now we must outdistance him.
Taco, come on.
Crush him.
Come on up.
Increase our speed.
He's very good. He keeps starting to jump up and then seeing Moo asleep up on her box and then deciding not to. And now he's just rolling around in my laundry.
Our speed is at the limit and Starman is gaining.
I know. Now we'll kill him. Yamanaka,
Buddy.
you will start firing the rockets.
Good buddy.
Hurry, Doctor.
That's him, that's
Starman is an
Tonko.
obstacle that must be destroyed. You must not hesitate to eliminate him. These weapons can do it. You must try to make every one of them strike him.
Oh, a fun thing I learned you can do. So you notice I'm throttled down? If I just hit the boost,
Go ahead and shoot him.
you go into Super Cruise. Works with high wakes as well.
Shoot!
Tonko has left. Let's see, we got one last encoded. I think when they redubbed these, there was either like, I don't know if there was like a comics code equivalent for these sorts of things. Oh, high grade. Or what, or if it was just like the social mores of the time, but like, the famous joke in Prince of Space was always the whole, your weapons have no effect on me, but scare the crap out of me anyway thing. They can't just say, shoot him with guns until he dies, I guess. They gotta say, make sure none of our new spectacular weapons miss. A lot of tinfoil jumpsuits, though.
Yankee 415 X-ray
is a Phoenix Wright movie?
Nothing in the universe can stop us. Undar, our Supreme Commander, is a genius. By ordering us into EF orbits, he enabled us to kill our enemy.
You can't do that. I can't tell if you're joking. I genuinely don't know.
Our space platform.
I don't know anything about this.
Headquarters, this is the ship. Headquarters, this is the ship. What are your orders?
Headquarters to ship, headquarters to ship. Use the third plaza for landing. Approach from 90 degrees, 2 minutes left.
It could have been based on an extremely old manga or something.
Make your landing immediately.
We will. Follow their beam.
This is valid. Yeah, what's up? I do remember Parasite Eve, actually. Finding out about that was fucking wild. I remember the movie being kind of boring.
Yamanaka, greetings.
Yeah, like fascinating but not a fun watch.
We're going to erect other ships.
Yes.
We'll send them all against Earth to destroy it. And you'll help. We need your brains in this.
Here's our plan. We Saphirians are not interested just in Earth. We intend to conquer the entire universe.
Okay, so that is their
We need
uniforms.
vessels
Alright.
that can withstand all counterattacks. To be strong, made just like your ship, Doctor. That is the reason our honored leader brought you here. You, Doctor, will design and help build the ships with which we shall conquer the entire universe.
Report. Yes, sir. The missile's ready and prepared for program.
Excellent.
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, I remember that bit in Sonic Adventure 2. They are interrelated but standalone, so.
My mind is clear again now. The effect of the machine is worn off.
Yes, I know. I'm aware.
But yeah, no, for real, I knew about the line recapping the movie.
Careful. Act as if nothing has happened to us.
Creatures listening on Earth. My plan is to destroy your world, but it's not too late to save the Earth if you unconditionally surrender. You must surrender or die, because destruction will be total. People of Earth, surrender or die. Our power will be demonstrated now. We'll direct a missile at the Himalayan mountains. Pay attention to its great destructive force. More can be sent unless you give up.
Like before the movie? Maybe. I don't 100% remember.
An emergency meeting of the United Nations is held. Governments, such as that of Japan, hold urgent meetings. Government officials demand to know what progress has been made on the spaceship which Dr. Yamanaka had been building.
Interesting.
If completed, it might possess power enough to defeat the Saphirians. But a member of the missing doctor's staff gives a report. The news is discouraging. Although the remaining scientists have been working night and day to complete the ship, an engine to replace the one taken by the Saphirians has yet to be built. The panic-stricken officials demand that all the scientists on Earth pool their resources to build another engine as quickly as possible.
Yeah, we got two
It is
left.
unanimously agreed then unless this is done immediately, Earth will have no hope of fighting off the imminent attack. A proposal to offer terms to the Severians is rejected by some, but agreed to by others. Men desperately argue over
things of that nature,
which can mean the end of life for all.
Yamanaka, what's taking you so long? Those designs should be done already. You never took this long when you were working on Earth. Hurry along. If you won't work any faster, your children will die.
We're being delayed because of this. We need those additional ships. You better get those designs completed.
I think you'll see the advantage in doing exactly what we've been asking. If you do, if you really decide to join us, you'll be granted an excellent post, and you'll have a great laboratory put at your disposal.
Alpha 1 ACIS control. Parakeet Space Cruiser 682.
Sir, bad news. A report just reached us from our base on Earth. The Earthlings refuse to accept your ultimatum, sir. And also, we just learned that they have arrested most of our secret agents. And their top scientists have resumed work on their great spaceship.
What? 2 high grades.
Industrial works.
682, contact Shannon.
Flying through point 682.
Destroy downtown New York, center of London, and the Diet Building in Tokyo. Start the attack.
Oh, let me know if the bot's getting too spammy or anything. I set it at irregular intervals so they won't overlap too much. Apparently, the downloadable chatbot has a thing that lets you actually alternate messages, but the cloud version doesn't.
Come.
Yes.
If they keep up this missile attack much longer, all the Earth will be destroyed. We'll have to do something about it. We could wreck their missile control room. Let's try.
Also, damn, I can't believe they actually blew up.
We could try to destroy the station.
Usually when they escalate from blowing up monuments to blowing up cities, that's the part where the superhero stops them.
Do you know how we'll do it?
Surprise the guards is the first thing we'll do. Then you must disguise yourself as one of the guards. It'll be dangerous, as you know.
Stop right there,
Still,
criminal
there's no
scum.
other way to enter that
Nobody
area.
breaks the law on my
There's only
watch.
one guard who
I'm
keeps
confiscating your stolen
and I'll
goods.
surprise
Now
him
pay your fine,
As soon as I knock
or
him
it's
out,
off to
I'll get him
jail.
to the ship.
Ah, yeah, bad news. My stolen goods have been confiscated.
We'll launch them at 2 o'clock. Just be certain.
It's public domain, they're fine.
Tell your father that he
Chaos mode is like...
We're ready to attempt it.
Chaos mode is like when I'm in American Truck Simulator and I am instructed to destroy all cops at all costs. Yes.
All right, we won't do it anymore.
In this, I would probably refund it purely because anything chaotic we could do would take a very long time to get to. Like, I could go get into a fight, but it would be a very long drive. Actually, you can't unless you have Odyssey. We won't instance together. Oh, I just got the GIF you sent me. That's so fucking good. Weapons fire. God. That's fucking good. I'm with your permission, I may save that and turn it into an alert.
Garcia Vacations 2533, Alpha 4 ACIS control.
yeah, but you capped it.
It's clear. That way.
Precisely.
I just was issued orders. You're dismissed.
Oh, okay, so the Suferians are just Nazis then. Alright.
Don't forget, it's important that you're here by 2 o'clock.
5 Imperial
Really?
shielding.
Go into your father's seat. I will.
I think I got 1 limpet left. Yeah.
I'm here to relieve you as ordered.
Let's get this last high-grade emissions, and we'll park somewhere and take stock. Either we'll stock back up on limpets and grab some more,
If the Earthlings launch that ship,
or we'll start doing some
we will not
unlocking.
successfully defend ourselves against them. However, we shall continue our program of destruction. With this method, we may be able to prevent the launching of that ship.
We have an alternative. If you finish your designs in time, we could build another ship. One strong enough to destroy the one on Earth. How long will it take you to complete those plans?
I won't do them.
The effects have worn off. The doctor thinks again.
He's to die.
Sir, the missile control room is damaged. Sabotage.
What? Sir, the pressure adjuster is ruined. It's sabotage. I see. Sound the emergency.
Just now finding out that the brain scrambler wears off.
Our younger prisoners just succeeded in escaping the guard. They are the ones responsible for sabotaging our instruments. We must find them and make them pay for this.
We captured this one in the second plaza. However, after searching carefully, we haven't been able to find the others.
Sir, we've searched everywhere, yet not on this plaza. The others could hide among them.
Then let a check begin.
So what you're saying is that there is an imposter among us? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Then pay with your blood.
I had to.
Nothing, sir.
They are someplace on this station.
Oh, hey, look at that. We are completely full on Imperial shielding. That's gonna buy us a lot of good stuff.
There's one more area that they could hide in.
Let's go ahead and drop by Helm's Hub.
Guard, tell me. Since you've been on watch, anyone gone in?
No, sir, nobody.
How long were you here?
Sir, 1 hour.
I didn't order you here. You don't belong here. You're a prisoner.
That's right, junior officer. You're sus.
Really?
Oh, that one was forced. I'm not even gonna try.
Sabotage is a charge against you, and death is decreed as a penalty. I'm passing that sentence, yet it's too easy a penalty for you. Go ahead, execute them.
530, let me know when you are at least.
Firing squad, ready? Okay.
Thank you for your service. Oh, there's the hero of the serial. Good timing. Oh, I love a good dummy toss. He just has a fucking gun now. Starman has a gun. It's over for these hoes.
Go on, Doctor. I'll go and get Keoru.
Wow, it did not like what I just did there.
Theodore isn't here. Where could you be, Father?
I turned on the engine switch exactly how fast.
It's the only thing that can melt his stony heart.
Otherwise, she'll be left behind. The ship will leave. I can't stop it.
I'll take a look. I'm sure she must be coming.
Oh, don't go. Starman is already searching. We must put our trust in him.
Well, now he has 2 guns. Oh my god! God, Equilibrium's got nothing on this. Hey, this rules, actually. was gonna go check my crafting list, but now I'm kind of just watching this. Yeah, they had a problem with that in Prince of Space. Oh shit, now he has a machine gun! I am just really appreciating how not really 90%, like 50% of his fighting style is the ability to pick up multiple guns and use them. He's got dualies again, see? This fucking how much more is left in this? Oh, not long at all actually. We're almost over. I'll have to queue up another one. Alright, let's take a look at our lists.
Go on. Let's go.
I think we might actually have enough stuff. Oh my god! Incredible! This really is just the only thing that makes Starman smile. It's just indiscriminate violence. Alright, let's see here.
Don't be a fool. If you launch the ship, your daughter shall die. Get out of the ship and surrender.
Doctor.
Okay, yeah, that is true.
Yes, but if we stay, Earth will be destroyed. Oh, but they'll kill her.
You can't leave her.
Father, help me.
That is true. I do also have a deep and abiding appreciation of violence against Nazis in Minecraft, in video games, in theory. You know, just usual disclaimers there. Okay, I know where we're going.
Leave the ship and stop Starman, do you hear? I give you one last chance to obey my order. You must do so immediately.
It was so long, yeah.
We can't leave her here. Let's agree to what he asks. Doctor, turn off the engine.
What happened? Repair it at once.
Sir, Starman smashed the communications. They're completely destroyed.
Forgot to bookmark this system
now
here.
he's coming this way.
Here?
Space!
Don't let him enter this section.
No, sir.
Okay, now we can go here.
Get her!
Should be. Okay. That's 9 jumps. That's not too bad. Time to do some traveling. kids are getting in on it too. It's wholesome family fun. There are so many good dummy tosses in this. Let's see if I can manage this without crashing. White dwarf stars are very hard to boost from. There we go. Oh, he's just having fun now. I love the... Yes! Yes! Another one! God, I love the occasional pauses as if to just be like, as if he's showing them like, oh, your weapons can't actually do anything to me. I am doing this because I enjoy it. I am taking my time. Thankfully. Satire in Minecraft. So long, too. It's been like a solid 10 minutes of fighting. He didn't even need to take the human shield. He just did it because he wanted the officer to shoot him. Do what you love and you'll never work a day in your life.
You're all right. Let's go. Come.
Doctor, just one more second.
Don't worry. We'll soon catch up to it. Hold me very tightly.
Yes.
Are you ready?
It's pretty high up there. Like, direct on screen by their hand? Absolutely. Hold up. Are you gonna give me a scoopable star at some point?
You're safe.
Thank you.
All right, you must destroy the
Okay, the
Severian
next one.
space station right away. Now, try. Right 180. And 40 down.
Increase thrust, Mach 32. You've got it.
Unfortunately, people actually have tried flying between stars and it doesn't work. You get to where the marker is, the marker for the other star is placed realistically, but the other star is not actually there. Hyperspace is a loading screen.
More thrust.
I'm turning it up.
Yeah, it sucks. The only time that you can actually fly between stars like that is in Alpha Centauri, when you visit Hutton Orbital, which we did on a previous stream. It was about 70 minutes of flying.
We've changed the station's orbit. Now it's EM-10. It's excellent for destroying their nuclear stockpile without any danger. Here's the station's new orbit.
Tonko poked his head in and then left.
Ascend. 38 degrees. More thrust.
I'll increase the thrust to Mach 80.
Gotta gas back up.
Mach 92.
I'm turning it up.
More thrust.
Mach 100.
More. More thrust.
I'm turning it higher.
I'm eagerly awaiting whatever explosion effect this is gonna be. Hell yeah.
Earthlings can live on in peace now, Doctor. My mission has now been completed. You may return to Earth.
They fucking holdo maneuvered that thing.
Farewell.
Goodbye.
Farewell.
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 Farewell, my friends.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Floating away perfectly like he's no clipping in Gmod. That was extremely fun. That was a really good one. I am going to... Let me go ahead and close that for a sec. I'm going to sort these. Anything that we've watched, I'm going to sort into good and bad. Anything that's good, I will put on the playlist to, like, replay. Anything that's bad, I'll just archive it. So Attack from Space is pretty good. It was a really fun fight scene at the end. A really long, fun fight scene at the end. It was a little slow at the start, but never so slow that, like, it became truly boring. I think that was a winner. Alright, what are we going to watch next? I have... Let's see, I want to say 25 of these left. I can read off some titles here. Assignment Outer Space. I have Battleship Potemkin, Captain Kidd, Carnival of Souls, Cosmos, War of the Planets. I actually do have a screen set up for media shares, but I'm not budging on my stance from those. Carnival of Souls is supposed to be extremely good. I see 2 votes for Carnival of Souls. Also, welcome back, Kaki. How's it going?
COL 285 sector QIPV 27 Deep Space Cruiser 68 and Uri traffic. Go ahead.
Carnival of Souls is actually something I already had downloaded. I had been meaning to watch it for a long time, and I just never got around to it. But it is supposed to be a public domain psychological horror masterpiece.
Charlie 68, welcome.
14, huh? Let's see. 2, 6, 10, 12, 13, 14. Item number 14 would be Phantom from Space, which I know nothing about. Let's see, how long are both of these? Carnival of Souls is 1 hour 22 minutes. Phantom from Space is 1 hour 12 minutes.
Charlie 68, Squawk 7971.
Let's do Carnival of Souls. There was more enthusiasm for that one.
Foxtrot 35, let me know when you are at Waypoint Totem. Charlie 68, you are cleared for highway.
Let's go ahead and fire up Carnival of Souls.
Go drag your putt, boy. Look what we got. Charlie 68. Hey, you want to drag, huh? Come on. Oh, yeah, telephone pole? We'll take you to it.
Hang on, I gotta turn the audio up.
Yeah, come on, you want to try? Rev it up. Come on, man, you bet.
Send her the gifs of Starman throwing those dummies around. Oh, shit. Oh, damn, that was over quick. Soontil relics. We could pick up more to sell them, but I don't care. And what we're going to be doing with those is we're going to go and see a special lady. Elvira Martuk, who looks very different in Odyssey. Damn. Okay, hang on. I have to see. Okay, you look basically fine. You got a little whiter. I don't know what's up with that. Todd got face mauled. This is a new engineer. I don't care about her. And Elvira.
As high as this river is right now, and with all the mud and sand it's carrying, they may never find that car.
It's a lot of jumps. I kind of want to take a look around the concourse here.
All right, now let's hear your story about how it happened.
It wasn't our fault.
Yeah?
We were the first ones on the bridge, and coming along, following the tracks, and they wanted to get around us, I guess, and they lost control. And
this needs a little more volume boost. That might do it. Oh, no worries at all.
300.
Stop right there, criminal
scum! I want to find that car now.
Breaks the law in my
place. With that current, we may never find it.
Now pay your fine. It's off to jail.
I will never repent, Dan. I will never repent. Yes.
Looking for a new weapon? I don't have it. It's not working. Sure, take a look around.
It is actually lagging, yeah. Nothing good here. That was a good game. I could never finish it, but it was good.
Mary Henry. Are you all right? How'd you get out? Yeah, put this on. We better get you back to town.
Just checking to see if they had anything that was pre-engineered.
The other girl.
I don't remember.
It's true. Yep, that is 100% true. Damn Arcane making the astronauts gay. It's actually very funny why that is, though. Like, you can choose the main character, Morgan, or whatever. It can be a man or a woman. And regardless of who you pick, they both have the same love interest. And I'll turn this down to about 105-ish. Exactly.
Like the one I'll be playing in Utah?
It's quite similar. I supervised the installation myself. The accident won't delay your going with it.
No. I'm leaving this morning. There's nothing I can do here.
That's right. Well, Mary, you'll make a fine organist for that church. Be very satisfying to you, I think.
Just a job.
Oh, it's not quite the attitude for going into church work.
I'm not taking the vows. I'm only going to play the
Minimized it.
Want more than that?
Minimize it,
Of
freezes.
course, it doesn't pay much, but, well, at least it's a start. Are you driving by Benton to see your folks?
No, I can't. I must say, I've got to leave. I'm going to drive straight through.
Mary, it takes more than intellect to be a musician. Put your soul into it. Okay? Good luck, Mary. Stop by and see us the next time you're in.
Thank you. But I'm never
Be a
coming
fucking
back.
scoopable star at some point? The way this prioritizes fuel stars is so weird to me.
That girl.
How do you mean?
Day before yesterday, she was the only one of 3 girls to survive an accident. You'd think she'd feel a little something like humbleness or gratitude.
Never know what she thinks. She's always kept pretty much to herself.
Yeah, maybe in her place I'd do the same thing. Just pick up life again.
Well, she's so quiet like, she fools you. But she's a tough-minded little thing.
I guess that's what it takes to survive. I still say she's behaving strangely.
Well, if she's got a problem, it'll go right along with her.
Yep.
Rhythm of the new timers seems basically fine to me. I was hoping that would work out.
А ну, чики-брики в дамке!
Chiki-briki. Cue face-melting hard bass. It's the only anonymous one. The only anonymous one. I mean, I can look in the redemption log and see who did it, but it doesn't tell the stream. As for where we're going, we're gonna go see a lady about our FSD. Specifically, we're gonna go see a different lady about our FSD, not the one we already saw. Because she's not going to introduce us to someone really cool. Whereas this other one will. Smoke is fine, don't worry. Hey, wait a minute, where's the smoke? We're at 101 heat, why are we not smoking? Oh, that's stupid. I can't believe they broke that, too. Can't hotbox the cockpit anymore.
Can I help you?
Fill it up.
All right. Anything else, lady?
Could you tell me what that big structure is back a few miles by the lake?
Oh, you mean the old bathhouse? That used to be a pretty ritzy place in the old days. Then the lake went down and they made a dance hall out of it. Then they put those buildings up out there and made some sort of a carnival there for a while. That's years ago, though. Just stands out there now.
I see. I have an address here of a rooming house. Could you direct me?
Oh, sure. Well, that's just right over here a little ways.
Been saving it for you since I got your letter. Could have rented it yesterday if you wanted. Oh, it's fine. Just about what I expected. I knew you'd like it. There ain't no regular rooming house, you know. I only got you, Mr. Linden, across the hall. This room's got its own private bathroom, too. You can take all the baths you want. I'm not one to fuss about things like that. Thank you. I think I'll be quite comfortable. Well, hope you'll stay a while. I'm downstairs in the back part of the house, so if there's anything else you need, just have to wait till morning.
LHS 3356 Control. More private investigations 5918.
All right. Good night, Mr. Talman.
LHS 3356 Control. Martin 33-4.
Morris Private Investigations 5918, LHS 3356 Control. What can we do for you?
918, jump to Wolf 718, flying towards Moffett Hub.
Yeah, it kind of has the vibe of, like, back when, like, super old movies had, like, live instrumentation.
Our pride and joy.
Like, they would actually have someone on an organ in the theater playing the soundtrack.
That's where we heard about you. Oh, by the way, you have found a place to stay.
Yes, I have a room.
Good. Well, we hope you're going to like it here. We're not the largest church in this area, of course, but we have a nice congregation. We'll have to have some sort of reception.
Yeah.
Just skip that.
Skip that? I don't suppose it's an absolute necessity.
And considering the main character is an organist, it's probably intentional.
They say I'm a fine organist. It'll be enough to
Yes, of course. We'll let it go at that for the time being. But, my dear, you cannot live in isolation from the human race.
Mind if I try this now?
I want you to.
Where the hell is my discovery scanner? Why is that not bound?
Right ahead. I'll be next door tonight. If you need me.
button the whole time, and it just hasn't done anything.
We have an organist capable of stirring the soul.
Space!
Space is cool like that. That is... Actually, the filter set. Yeah, that's an actual star. Class A. Hot white or bluish. Main sequence. Let's flip back around and take one last look at it.
Nothing at all. I practiced all afternoon. It got me in the mood.
You need some fresh air.
Very uniquely bright.
I've got to make a call out past the lake. Would you like to come along for the ride?
No, that old silly enough.
5 Uniform Romeo, you are cleared for FSD to hatch.
Go right by it. Stop and look at it if you like.
I would, with you along.
Cleared for FSD. Splendid. Thanks. 5 Uniform Romeo.
The audio mixing is very inconsistent. I'm actually going to turn off traffic control, and I'm going to see if I can do something about that. I don't know what I can really do other than just bumping the volume up. Let's see if 135 does a little better.
This used to be quite a place. It's been deserted for a long time now.
Will you take me in?
My goodness, no. It isn't safe out there anymore. That's why they put up this barrier.
It'd be very easy to step around it.
What attraction could there be for you out there?
I'm not sure. I'm a reasonable person. I don't know. Maybe I want to satisfy myself that the place is nothing more than it appears to be. Would you take me out there?
No. The law has placed it off limits. Wouldn't be very seemly for a minister to break the law, would it?
No. Maybe I can come back some other time.
Shall we go along now?
Almost the whole day. I went for a long drive in the country with my new boy, an elderly minister. That must have been a kick in the head. I learned that from my other boarder, Mr. Lipton. You get your supper? Oh, I forgot. Well, it's in your boarding house, but I got some coffee and the same thing left. I could bring you some up after a while. Good. I'll be taking one of those bags you're so generous with. We'll take as many as you want. I ain't one to make a fuss about a thing like that.
Oh, hello. Oh, I don't have... Hang on. Hang on. There it goes. I wanted to get a picture of those stars. Whole lot of them. Very difficult to scoop when there's multiple.
What? Yes, me. I'm John Linden. I'm your neighbor right across the hall.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, I was wondering if you're not doing...
Stand right there.
Authentic 1960s creeper.
I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Mary Hunter.
Oh, yeah, I know. I heard you stuff this Tom Sherman agency. Yeah, I just thought you came over and all that. I haven't seen anything either. I just thought we had asked you out to dinner.
That's very thoughtful of you, but I can't say.
I haven't met her or anything yet, but I just thought
I'm sorry, you have to excuse me.
My restaurant right down the street. I just thought, what kind of guy doesn't like to be following stuff?
I've had arrangements with my room. Good night, Mr. Linden.
Not interested, buddy. My only love is a creepy abandoned carnival. Which, honestly, mood.
Who's the man in the hall? Oh, you must mean Mr. Linden. He has the room across the hall. No, I mean the other one. There is no other.
So that does
Me
count
and
as
you and
settlement.
Mr. Linden. Us three is all there is in this house. But you must have passed him out there. You're needing this food. All about eating makes you jumpy sometimes. Maybe you heard the boards pop or something. These old houses creak worse than my knees. I didn't hear him. I saw him. Now, don't talk that way. I don't sleep so good as it is. These old houses, they're big enough so that you could Hide a man in every corner. You just gotta not let your imagination run away. Are you going out there? Well, of course. There's nobody there. Now you just go and eat that sandwich I made for you. Don't drink the coffee. If coffee keeps you awake. Your phone.
Fucking fleet carriers, man.
Coffee never keeps me awake.
I don't know if it's just my settings, but this is a spectacularly ugly planet.
Well, good morning. I heard your alarm. I knew you'd be up. Guess what I got?
I can't imagine.
Just what it takes to start the day off right. I make it in my room. You know, it saves me having to go out and get dressed up. I had to get dressed to come over here anyway.
Hey, welcome back.
Looks like what I need.
Well, and 2 cups of coffee coming up.
Between last time and this time, I turned everything to mode, so...
I'm not a very sociable person over there. How can I resist an inducement like this?
What? Come on, I don't know all those big words. I'm just an ordinary guy working in a warehouse, that's all. Like, pretty funny, though. Hey, look, I got a couple of shots left over from last night. You want a little bit of yours?
No, thanks. It's not the recommended breakfast for a church organist.
Oh, is that what you do? Hey, you mean they pay somebody to play the organ in church?
Some churches do.
Hey, you don't mind about this. I just didn't know you're a church woman.
To me, a church is just a place of business.
Well, that's a funny way to look at it.
Why? People seem shocked because I took a job in a church, and I regard it simply as a job. I'm a professional organist, and I play for pay, that's all.
Thinking like that, don't that give you a nightmare?
Strange. As a matter of fact, not for that reason, mind you, but I had the strangest feeling last night.
Yeah. I had kind of a lost night myself.
Funny. The world is so different in daylight. In the dark, your fantasies get so out of hand. And in daylight, everything falls back in place again.
System shut down. Welcome, Commander.
Let's have no more nights.
Or let's make them more interesting. Hey, how'd you get to be a church organist?
I studied it in college.
I could have gone to college. Yeah, I used to play pretty good football, but they...
One sec, I'm gonna pause this guy's, indubitably boring story, I'm sure. I didn't realize that there was an interior in engineering bases, and I want to see what this looks like. And last time I left the movie running while I was on foot, it chugged really bad. How are y'all liking the movie setup, by the way? I know this doesn't really have the same rip-roaring... Is it? Yeah, it's hard to tell because, like, it looks like my little meter on here is consistently in green to yellow. I think I have my gain filter on as well. Let me double check that. Yeah, everything looks good here. And worst case scenario, I can always turn the volume up, but anyway, glad to hear you. Wait. Wait, huh? She's just right there? But this was at the end of like a super long pylon. Did I just happen to land at the hangar that Elvira's in? Or is this like her assistant? No, that's just her.
Hello again. Have your travels been enjoyable?
We have never met.
Elvira Martook, at your service. Since you've already got some light years on your record, you should be interested in the drive designs I have. I know a few tricks for shields and thrusters too. Are you interested?
You look very different. It's just the fucking whatever. I swear she looked very different in Horizons. She's very intense now. I can kind of see why people think she might have been a deadly assassin. There is a particular actor she reminds me of, but I cannot think of her name. Anyway, let's donate those relics we picked up. Now we have our grade 1 access. And as mentioned before, you've got the, yeah, okay, wow, she looks way more different than I remember. Good lord. She got rounder. I mean, same over the last year and a half, but, weird. I don't know, the new models don't seem to have the same charm as the old ones, I don't know. But anyway, last time we were messing with engineering at all, we hung out a bit with Felicity Farseer. We didn't meet her in person because I didn't have the feat expansion at that point. But we unlocked her and we did some, like, we sold some data, I think. We didn't do any actual engineering. So since we're here and we actually have the materials, we're going to engineer our frameshift drives for increased range. I'm going to show you this extremely riveting gameplay. So we're going to go for G1. And G2. Oh, absolutely. I'm not saying it's not better, I'm just saying it's not really where I would like it to be. Old engineering was a crime. There is a reason people are upset about suit and weapon engineering resembling old engineering, because old engineering was so bad they had to change it. So anyway, you can kind of see the process here. We're basically going, yeah, suit and weapon engineering is identical to old engineering. Like, they don't have the random element, but they have the same, like, extremely steep material requirement before they reduced them and then increased the number that you picked up. Yeah, absolutely. That is my main gripe with it. NPCs having it just breaks the fucking game. But you can kind of see the skeleton of a more interesting system here in, like, the incremental upgrades to equipment. You could potentially see, like, side grades for, like, oh, if I wanted to get a faster boot sequence or something. If I'm, like, if I'm doing interdictions, one of the things that happens when you interdict another ship is your FSD gets put in cooldown, it has to reboot. And if you have a faster boot sequence, then your FSD reboots faster. You can get back in Super Cruise. Interesting idea. Nobody ever picks that, though, because there's no reason to. But anyway, as we're going down tiers, we unlock the next one successively, and it costs more materials. Furthermore, as we do this, we gain more access with Elvira here. Generally enough that by the time you get to a particular tier, you have already unlocked access to the last tier. And once you get through one module, you're basically up at the maximum. Some of them are. I think there are some in Colonia. It's funny that you mention that, though, because I have planned something special for that. I think some of them are in Colonia. Don't quote me on that. I don't have the... Wait a minute. No, I do have the page open. Hang on, I can actually check. Engineers. Personal equipment. Oh, no. All 9 of them are in the bubble. Ooh, hey, a bot. Get him. Whoever bans that bot gets 3 rubles. Yeah, it's a fun little game for my mods. Looks like Daneb got the rubles. Well done. That's why it's a fun little challenge. And there you go. There's your 300 rubles. Or there's your 300 kopecks, or 3 rubles. Anyway, back to what we were working on here. So we're back up to grade 4. We're going to keep generating new modifications. Once we get over a certain threshold, it'll let us get the last one, and then when we get to the last one, we're just gonna basically toss everything we got into it. I think... Let me see, where's my crafting list? 2, 3, 4, 5... Okay, I have 7 rolls I can toss in here. So, let's go up to G5. That's 1... 2... 3... 4, 5, 6, and 7. Zinga, we now have a fully modified FSD, except we don't because we need to apply an experimental effect. And the one we're going to apply is Mass Manager. This is better for ships with smaller... I was wondering if I was doing the voice right. That's exactly what I was doing. These are better for ships with smaller smaller fuel tanks, if I recall correctly. Deep Charge lets you use more fuel, which, if you have a smaller tank, is not necessarily more efficient. Mass Manager just lets you go a little farther, which, if you're in a big ship with a big tank, is not as efficient as just using more fuel. It's sort of like why, like, a hauler with its extremely low mass is really good at jumping, while an Anaconda that is just, like, extremely big is better at jumping. There's, like, an efficiency curve. I've never quite understood it, but it's a thing. Anyway, we're going to put the Mass Manager software on there. we now have an optimized mass of 846.3. Yeah, the fuel use one is more niche if you're like really hardcore into getting across gaps and such. Generally, like, you use a bigger ship like an Anaconda or a Crate, and you go for deep charge. I think on my previous account I had deep charge on my my Crates drive, since I was going on Distant Worlds 2. But for this one, for the Cobra, since we're glued into the seat, we're not we're not literally glued into the seat, but we're never using another ship. We're going for optimized mass on this one. And we have basically a fully upgraded. I don't know why the second one was blanked out for a minute. That was weird. Anyway.
Until next time, then.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to come back here. Anyway, with that done, we're basically done here. We will probably never come back, and I'm not even going to pin the blueprint, which is how confident I am that we'll never be back. Now, we're going to check and see if we got the thing that I was looking to get. And I think we did. Yep, we got information on Zachariah Nemo. He seems cool. We got information on Marco Quint, who is the biggest fucking bastard in the entire game. I hate him with my life. And we got information on Mel Brandon, who's really cool and good and smart. We should go see him. Hey, I wonder where Mel Brandon is. Oh, hello. Unknown. Unknown. Interesting. I was hoping it would tell me where it is so that I could tell you that he is... where's Colonia? It's around here somewhere. I think Colonia is somewhere in Odin's Hold. But anyway, Colonia is, bit of a drive. Little bit of a drive. So, keep that in mind. Anyway, I'm going to fire up the movie again in just a second. I want to check my stats first, though. Now that we have a fully upgraded drive, holy shit, that is farther than I thought it would. 35.19 light years jump range. That is a boost. We were doing, I want to say, 22, 23. That is over 10 light years per jump. And we haven't even... Oh, yeah, we're going to be getting that at some point. I have a plan. And we're also going to be putting lightweight modifications on our other modules. This is literally the first one we've done. I haven't reduced the weight of anything else. And it's incredible. Already a gigantic jump. So, let me go ahead and mark this off on my little checklist here. The next one we're going to is the Dweller, who I already have magically unlocked because Odyssey is very robust. I'm going to see if I have enough for the Power Distributor. Let's see. I've talked about this a little bit before. I feel like the Cobra is like... Back... like way back in the game's history, there was a point where small ships were the only ones in the game. I think this was back in beta or whatever. I wasn't in the beta, but I heard this was how it was run. The Cobra was the top end. Everything was sort of balanced around being in a Sidewinder or a Cobra or whatever. Then the game came out, it had the Asp Explorer and everything, whatever. Medium to large ships are fine. They have their niches. But I have always felt, and this has been alleviated somewhat in recent years, I have always felt that the game is more balanced towards that, like, the sort of small to medium ship experience. Like, if you have an Imperial cutter or whatever, you can AFK farm res sites for, like, millions and millions of credits per hour. But, like, is that fun? I don't see the appeal. I'm sure some people enjoy that, but I want to fly a fucking spaceship. Yeah, the If it wasn't for the jump range, I would be flying a courier. Type 6 was like... Type 6 was my go-to explorer before engineering. Because there's like just something about the weight of it you can push a little bit farther than any other small ship. At least until the Dolphin was introduced. Alright, let's see. I got rid of FSD. Now we just need power distributor. There is... Oh, it's for the experimental effect. I looked into the keelback, actually. I was considering doing that, but ended up deciding against it. I need one item before we can go to the Dweller. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to our engineering list. We're going to find a material trader. Okay, here we go. This is the perfect test run. We're looking for an encoded material trader. There's one in Omagate, which is about 60-ish light years away. We're going to plot a route, and we're going to be there in like 2 jumps, 3 jumps maybe. No, actually 2 jumps, because we're at 30. Let's go ahead and fire the movie back up.
You wanted me to take a lot of classes and things, you know?
Well, they're that way.
There we go.
I'm just as smart as the next guy.
And I'm going to do some material trading.
In school, you know? And the thing I hated most was principal product.
Principal product?
You know, like principal products of Brazil.
Type 7. Very unfortunate.
Coffee, beans, snake oil, you know, like that.
Procedure complete.
I was at school, I couldn't care less. Tell you what I cared about was girls.
Didn't they offer a course in that?
Would have done that, I would have graduated.
What's the matter? Can you still taste the coffee?
Come on, what do you think, I'm an alcoholic? Look, I just like to start the day off in a good mood, that's all.
You must be hilarious by noon.
Look, I'm just the kind
Seems
of guy.
like at some point in development, they kind of balanced around the Anaconda being the quote-unquote best ship. And so having the light mass made sense.
I'll rinse off these cups.
This spoils the flavor for tomorrow.
Well, thank you for the coffee. It was unsanitary, but delicious.
Well, should have put some of the germ killer inside. Well, I take the leave early.
Think you can get through the door?
You know, you got the wrong impression of me.
Well, I meant because you had so many things to carry.
Oh. Like I said, I got to leave.
Well, it's been a pleasure, Mr. Linden, but I'm sure you have to go to work.
Well, don't you?
No, I have the whole day free for shopping. Does the hem hang right and back? We might change the hemline a little. The draper's just fine. Otherwise,
yeah, this one's been interesting.
Nice. I'm sure it isn't very chic to take the second dress, but I like it. We also have a little here to make it straight all the way around. There, do you want to go back to your dressing room?
Yeah, that's certainly a mood. Pretty much any time I've gone exploring, I end up reaching that point. Gotta take breaks, you know? Ah, it's time. There you go.
I believe I'll have you deliver the dress if you don't mind. I did say I'd take it.
See, I would love to do that, except for a bit of a problem. Whenever I maneuver, they'll float off of it.
What's the matter with you?
Wow, Super Cruise Assist did not like what I did there.
What's the matter with everyone? Why don't they answer me?
Richardson. Isn't that the name of the vice president in Metal Wolf Chaos? Almost certain that is. Ah, yeah, that's unfortunate. Fallout 2, that's the one.
What is it?
That man!
I didn't mean any harm. I just stopped to get a drink.
No. No. It was that man. That man. There was someone else there. That strange man was there.
Now look, you've had a fright. Hysteria
Yep,
won't solve
some
anything.
might even say there were
Now,
two of
control
them.
yourself. Look, I'm Dr. Samuel.
There were actually three of
My
them.
office is right across the street there. You've had a shock. If you would like my assistance, I'll be glad to offer it.
Thank you. Could I come with you now?
Certainly. I'll take her over to my office. We'll see that she's all right.
Refresh that. 2.
It was more than just not being able to hear anything or make contact with anyone. It was as though for a time I didn't exist. As though I had no place in the world.
Check something real quick.
No part of the life around me.
And then you saw this man.
Yes.
You'll excuse my back, but I wanted to get some of that written down.
I must have been talking for an hour.
Anything else? Anything you haven't told me?
That's all there is. That's the whole story. He's been following me. That's all there is to it.
It isn't that simple, though, is it?
Okay, I
What do
thought
you
it
mean?
might have been. If
He
we
could
were
hardly have been in
very
the park
lucky.
this afternoon, or one of us men would have seen him. And that night in the hallway, you said yourself the landlady came up a minute later, and she didn't see him, did she?
What are you driving at?
It's been less than a week since you were in a car that crashed into the river. How you got out of that, no one seems to know. But that experience must have been a serious emotional shock.
You think I imagined all of it, don't you? You think I'm insane?
I didn't say that. I don't mean that.
I'm a competent person. If anything, I'm a realist. I'm not given to imagining anything.
Hogwash. All of us imagine things. Have you never heard two men talking behind your back and imagined they were talking about you? Have you never imagined you saw someone you knew and walked up to them and found they were a perfect
Extremely
stranger?
lucky that these are in the
I don't
game
see what
now.
this has to do with it.
The point is this. Our imaginations play tricks on us. They often misinterpret what we see and hear.
Do it
You
for
agree?
our power distributor.
I suppose so.
If that can happen in ordinary times, go a step further. Look what can happen in a high fever or following a serious emotional shock.
It doesn't seem possible that I could have imagined all of it.
Does this man, this figure, resemble anyone you've ever known? An acquaintance? Or your father?
No.
You have a boyfriend here or back home?
No, and I have no desire for one.
Never?
No.
Lord, we need 54 conductive
Surprised by
ceramics.
myself saying that. But it's true. I have no desire for the close
Oh yeah, if
company
I
of other
wasn't
people.
specifically
Have you always
demonstrating
felt this
this
way?
for the stream, I would have just gone to Dav's Hope.
I don't know.
Don't you want to join in the things that other people do? Share the experiences of other people?
I don't think capable of being very close to people. I do feel that perhaps I am trying to reach out for those other things.
Do you feel guilty wanting them?
I don't understand you.
I'm not a psychiatrist, and perhaps I'm being clumsy at all this. But I am suggesting that perhaps this figure represents a guilt feeling.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Maybe. Frankly, I don't know.
Well, I know one thing. My imagination is playing tricks on me.
Oh, hang
I'm
on.
going
Is
to
there
put a
any
stop.
other software?
You're a very strong-willed person, aren't you?
I survived, if that's what you mean.
That old pavilion out by the lake. Somehow you associate it with all this, don't you?
I could go out there. I could put an end to that, too. I could go out
Now,
there.
don't be hasty.
If it is all my imagination, I could put a stop to it.
Industrial.
Maybe, but at least someone should be with you. Now, I can't
As you
possibly
say,
get away
Doctor,
now.
I'm a person of strong will. And the time to go out there is now. And if I have to, I can go alone.
Consumer firmware. Combat. Missions data. Two for 12 strange wake solutions. Which we got one from there. So then we'll go for one from unexpected emission data. There we go. The only other thing we need beyond that is modified embedded firmware, which is an absolute bitch and a half to get. Some of the names of these things are baffling. Anyway, yeah, the misery is kind of the point, to an extent. I am mostly just glad I had the galaxy brain idea of just like, wait a minute, what if I literally just played movies? So this is how I used to play the game. I would watch a lot of Mystery Science Theater using a program called On Top Replica. Put a little screen in the cockpit, which looked almost exactly like the setup I recreated here. Nope, these are public domain. Every single one of these, I did my research. Every single one is either CC0 or public domain certified. Some of them have been re-released or like remastered, but in the original form, in these film transfers, they are public domain.
Have a safe journey.
So, like, at some point, we are going to watch the original unremastered Manos: The Hands of Fate, which is public domain. It is... It's a movie, arguably. Icebound, are you familiar with the concept of a spite house? So, like, a spite house is basically anything that you... like, something that is made specifically because the person building it was told not to. Like, in an area where, like, new development is going in, people who get, like, oh, we'll give you $10,000 if you move out and let us demolish your house. Or, like, someone with a neighbor who's like, oh, your house obstructs my view. And your response to either of those is to make your house more painful to be around? That's a spite house. Yeah, exactly. Doing more to obstruct the view, or doing more to, like, be an eyesore in the new development area. That's basically Manos. Manos was basically a fertilizer magnate being told, hey, you don't know shit about movies. You definitely couldn't make one. And he did. And it turns out he didn't know anything about movies.
I was thinking asking you after dinner.
I stopped for a bite to eat on the way in. Anyway, I have to practice at the church.
Look, how about if I took you up afterwards and go someplace, dance or something?
I'm sorry. I'm not much for dancing.
He did extremely kill one of the actors.
Hey, you mind if I ask you a question?
I won't know until I hear it.
Yeah, Torgo died.
No, I'm not afraid of men.
Well, you seem sort of cold. This morning when I brought you the coffee, friendly.
This morning I needed company.
Well, maybe you'll need company tonight. Better than working home alone.
Yes, it is.
Yep. He was not correctly shown how to use them. He ended up getting, like, permanent damage to his legs, he got addicted to painkillers, and he committed suicide. Or at least that's the version of the story I've heard. I mean, Hal Warren was the one telling him to put on the stupid pants. And the worst part, of course, other than the fact that this guy died, is that it doesn't look anything like what it's supposed to in the film. You barely see his legs. It doesn't look like he's a satyr at all. away for a second. I looked back and there were feet. Oh no. I don't think it was... Shh. Anyway, I don't think it was specifically... I don't think Hal Warren set out to kill this guy. I think Hal Warren was just an asshole with too much money. I would say he's about as culpable for Torgo's death as, like, John Landis is culpable for the death of those kids that he dropped a helicopter on.
Profane! Sacrilege! What are you playing in this church? Have you no respect? Do you feel no reverence? And I feel sorry for you and your lack of soul. This organ, the music of this church, these things have meaning and significance to us. I assume they did to you.
I have discovered an 8'5" lady, living.
I'm afraid you cannot be our organist. In conscience, I must ask you to resign.
Can't believe she's getting fired for playing circus music. Also, that is a tall lady, Khaki. 8'5", good lord.
That does not mean that I am abandoning you, nor should you turn your back on the church. There is help here, and I urge you to accept it.
Let's see here.
Well, hi there. I've been waiting an awful long time for you. My car's just over there. I know just the right place to go.
What's the matter? Don't you drink either?
Not really.
Not really. How else is there if you don't drink really? Answer me that. Now me, I not only drink really, I really drink. What's the matter? Do you like the music?
I would agree with this.
You don't like it? You don't like to dance
Productive ceramics.
You don't like
for
a man to hold you close. That's it, isn't it?
I didn't say that.
You haven't said anything all evening.
Oh, because it's 3 and not 2.
Why not go play that song again? You like it so much.
Hey, Johnny, who's the doll? Nobody you know, chicken.
Oh, come on now. You've been holding out on me.
That's not the kind of pig you usually drag around. You quit licking your chops. She's out of your class. You want to bet?
We can trade that Imperial shielding for
Lay off, huh? I got something on the stove there, man. Well, listen, I'll help you put it over. I don't want her to think I even know creeps like you.
54.
Good luck.
Meet someone you know?
Yeah. He's a college fella. He told me about this girl wanting to meet me. Wanting me to meet her.
Conductive polymers.
I said, how could
27.
I? You're my date, you know. Said you didn't seem to enjoy my company much.
That's not true. I really appreciate you taking me out this evening. I've had a miserable night if you hadn't.
Forget it. Come on, here. Join the party. Drink up.
Correct.
Look, I paid good money for that stuff. It ain't poison.
I'm sorry if I annoy you.
You know, I don't get you. First you stand me off. Well, that's okay. That's class. Figure you got something, you're just holding back. Now, everything I say is okay.
Wait, they were made out of coat hangers?
Yesterday I didn't care. Tonight I want to be with you.
Me or just with anybody?
With you.
Alright, we've got our conductive
Why don't you
polymers. Now we need improvised components. Need 7 of these.
I'll leave you alone if that's what you want.
I like being with you, really I do. I don't want to be alone tonight.
Now, as far as I know, the only consequences of the production of Manos: The Hands of Fate is that Hal Warren was embarrassed.
You mean that?
Yes.
Let's see. I think we can get a decent amount of these.
Why don't you and me get out of here, huh? You know, my room's only a couple of feet from yours. Ain't likely to get
As far as I know, I never even went to court or anything. Let's see. Proto heat radiators. There we are. Let's go for 24 of those.
Wait, Mrs.
We have 4.
Little girl in the back of the house. She won't hear nothing.
And 3. 18. Core Dynamics composites. Yeah, it's super messed up.
You don't want to go in there all by yourself, do you? Dark and it's lonely in there. You don't have to be alone
Do us
tonight.
for the shield generator.
Hey, come in a while. Let me stay with you, huh? Look, you don't want to be alone, do you?
No.
It do extremely be like that.
Sorry.
Look, honey. You asked me in, you like me a little, huh?
I mean, yeah, he was a fertilizer magnate in Texas.
Hey, what's the matter with you? What's going on around here? What's the matter with you?
Baron's after me.
As the jokester says, we do be living in a society.
Not me, sister. That's just what I need. Get mixed up with some girl who's off her rocker.
Electrochemical arrays. totally different. Let's see. Imperial shielding. Let's get 15. We need one more. Oh, who did the thing?
You'd best start believing in communist Twitch streams. Ice_bound. You're in one.
I'm sure glad you just happened around.
An incredible sacrifice. An incredible sacrifice, comrade. Nah, I for that one I just play the big orchestra hit from the beginning. I should absolutely make a drop that just plays the entire anthem though.
Welcome. We are indeed.
Oh boy. That's a lot of Copex being redistributed. Let's see here. Let's see. Khaki and Den. I have the panel right here on OBS. And 2587 from Khaki. I really wish the bot worked so I could automate this. But alas, every single bot solution I've looked into to deal with the currency system doesn't work. $97.23. How many people are watching? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, no, that 5 is probably a bot. 5, 6, 7. That's right, it doesn't work. Everybody gets 1,389 Copex. That is 13 entire rubles. Enjoy. It'll take a little while to show up. You may have to refresh, but again, you get a decent amount pretty much every minute, so don't worry too much about it. There we go.
I was going to call somebody, but I was afraid I'd have to pay the bill.
I came on purpose. I've been thinking about her ever since she left my office yesterday. What's she been up to?
Your
The
world.
devil knows that. I heard her moving things all around that room all night. Never heard such goings on. And she wouldn't let me in her room this morning.
She's a strange one.
Alright, we need one
She
more
absolutely
electrochemical.
refuses my help.
We're going to get
I can't say that I blame her.
chemical
There's
processors.
something about her that completely baffles me. I've urged her to call upon me if she feels she needs help, and I hope she will.
I can't let her stay in this house.
You won't have to worry about that. She's determined to leave the city, and she wants to get away as soon as possible.
To each according to their needs.
Another one. 34.55. Everybody gets 494. There you go.
Decided to leave, did you? Where you going? I can't refund none of your week's rent when you go off like that.
Polymer capacitors. Oh, he was very young, yeah. God, I can never remember what fucking order these are in. Oh yeah, Big Mood.
Can you pull it up on the rack?
You're correct, they won't. It needs to be taken from them.
Will it take long?
In Minecraft.
Would you like to get out?
Yeah, I just sit here.
Sure. Suit yourself.
Proprietary composites. Compound shielding. I think we're out of Imperial shielding. Yeah, we are. 36 shielding sensors. Refined focus crystals, which we don't appear to need for anything else. I'll say it's a good way to stock up and trade down. Trading down is always more efficient. Let's see, proto-radiolic alloys. 6 of them. Now we have our 19 polymer capacitors. Modified embedded firmware, which is gonna be a problem. And 5 precipitated alloys. We need 11, so we have 9 for 1 military grade alloy, 2 more for compound shielding.
When is the next eastbound bus?
There we go.
When does the next bus leave? I must get on it.
And now we have our precipitated alloys. So we should be very close to where we want to be.
I want to get out of here. I want to get away from here.
I'm gonna have a look at something here. Yeah, no, the Master's house cannot be dismantled with the Master's tools.
Eastbound bus. Now loading. Gate 9.
massacre for that. That's way too much work. How much do we need? We need 12. Oh my god, 2,000 units of battle weapons. Ugh, we're not going to be getting this from a mission. We're just going to have to trawl encoded signal sources again, but that's fine. We have enough to do a little bit more engineering.
Don't close away. Wait. Let me in. You gotta let me in. I gotta get on that train. I gotta get away from here. Please. You hear me. You can hear me. They can't see me. Why can't they see me? Why? Why can't I see me?
Correct.
Will you help me? I need your help. Stop the moment, please.
Yeah, and I think we're a lot closer to that than a lot of people would think or really even admit. Oh god, I remember that. Yeah, a lot of Americans voted for, like, hey, we'll listen to science, we'll deal with the plague in a way that's smart, and we'll, like, get actual jobs and, like, wages and shit, and also we'll send you $2,000, and then none of that happened. Oh, this is a T-Tory star.
You belong in the world. That's what it is. Something separates me from other people. They're everywhere. I'm going to look at you. Keep your eyes. Something blocking my escape. Trying to prevent me from living. He's trying to take me back somewhere. I can't fight anymore. I don't know what's real anymore. Thank you, Doctor. You're my last hope. If you don't help me, I have to go back there. Trying to take me back somewhere. Doctor, you've got to tell me what to do.
hate to break it to you, but everything is political. Masks became a very convenient wedge issue. It became something very visible that you could do to make a statement, either wear one or not wear one. As opposed to the material benefit of wearing one, which is not getting the fucking plague, or I suppose more accurately, not spreading the fucking plague. It's useful to interrogate what personally that means to yourself. By the way, I think we done got Sixth Sensed. I think this lady's been dead the whole movie. Drop made from that. Everything is inherently political.
The car's still over there, and then her footprints leading up to here. And then nothing.
Procedure completed. Ship secured. Greetings, Commander.
I want to see what this guy's deal is. I mean, you jest, but that actually is a very useful, that is a useful intersection of ideology and material. chugging. Damn, yeah, she was dead the whole time. And that was Carnival of Souls, y'all.
This is a secure facility. No telling who's snooping around. I need more like you around, Commander. Pilots willing to take the occasional risk. Shall we get your ship ready for a few?
Sir, I have never met you before. Let's see, go to my crafting list. We are doing power distributor. And let's see, doing charge enhanced. Charge enhanced is the good one, right? I'm almost certain that's the good one. Yeah, this is the good one. Well, there's only allowed to be one party, but in typical American extravagance, we have two of them. And that is useful. It's the immediate response. Yakov Smirnov and Kwame Ture. I probably pronounced that completely wrong. Ah, but that's the beautiful part. This is like a strip of flypaper. This is the construct in which American politics has trapped you. This is not the whole of politics. This is a cage for your brain. I wasn't paying attention. How many of these did we do? Did we do 3? I think this was 3. There we go. That's the best we're gonna get. And super conduits. Boost that charge rate even more.
All right, bye.
yeah, I read about that recently. Yeah, a big thing to help you get out of that particular, like, narrow construct is to look at other, like, just look at the politics of other countries. Yeah, Right to Rome is fascinating. There we go, we have the invite to Marcia Hicks and Lei Chung. I mean, the media is... that's entirely capitalist theater. It's a machine that manufactures consent. Let's see. Let's get rid of power distributor, because we did that one. And we have the components for shield generator and sensors. However, Lei Chung is gonna play a nasty little prank on us when we get there. Lei Chung is actually playing a nasty little prank on us right now. 50 markets? Excuse me? Yeah, that's probably gonna be the move. Alright, let's head back to our home base. So there's a thing I want to do there as well. Let's head back to Darnielle's. This is still keeping my settings. Okay, good. Yeah, it is explicitly the same. It's all been captured. Everything serves capitalist interests. We're starting another long drive, so I am going to fire up another movie. How did we feel about Carnival of Souls? Yeah, you gotta be real careful with Vice. It was extremely a film. Hey, remember when Vice paid money to have a cameo in a horror movie that was just What If Jonestown but again? Yeah. I have had a lot of practice doing that. What? What? Who's calling me? Excuse? Wait, what? Hang on. Oh, he just unlocked. He just decided I didn't have to do that. I take it back. Odyssey is good, actually. All the same, we are still going back to our home base. Yeah, I'll tell you though, the trick is, the thing about those stars is that there are two kinds of stars that look like that, and one of them will just kill you every time. The good one is like neutron stars, the bad one is white dwarfs. White dwarfs will often have an exclusion zone that is so big you are basically touching it when you drop in, and moving will crash you. You want to be very careful of white dwarfs. You want to, like, basically move perpendicular to them, and then dive into the cone. Basically, the ideal move for riding the neutron cones or whatever, you want to do the same move that takes you away from the star and then down and out through the cone every time, and that'll save you from the exclusion zone. And it will save you from accidentally crashing back into the star, even if it's a neutron star and doesn't have the wide exclusion zone. Like I said, lots of practice. Anyway. Short answer, no. Long answer, no. If you crash, you're dead. That's it. Theoretically, it's worth trying on the off chance that you're like one of the 0.5% of people who get it to work. I think if you use the boost trick that I demonstrated earlier, it might be a little more likely. But it's easier to just not crash. Simply decide not to crash. Yeah, FA off will help a bit, because a lot of what's happening there is it's just like frying your computers and shit. Anyway, I don't think Carnival of Souls was bad, but I'm still going to sort it into the bad folder, because I don't see that being in our playlist of like good standbys. Oh yeah, we ran into that last time when we were in Maya, when I told, when I put Super Cruise Assist on, I told it to orbit, and instead of orbiting, it just crashed me into the black hole. We were basically fine. I almost didn't even register that it happened.
Space!
Alright, what's a good one to do next? Yeah, these are all public domain. I mean, hell, we could watch Manos right now if y'all wanted to. It's only an hour. By the time that's run out, the stream will be pretty much over. I will say, however, even if it is hard to follow, it is still an extremely depressing movie to watch. Something about its energy, you know? Yeah, that is entirely fair. Let's put on... I believe there's some interest in Phantom from Space. Yeah, Phantom from Space is hour and 12 minutes. Let's go ahead and toss that on. And I'm going to turn the volume back to roughly where it was. Let's go with like 85. Authentic space-grown phantoms.
This is Washington, D.C., and in the files of the Central Bureau, there is a story so strange in its implications that it defies ordinary classification. It is the story of a handful of people who, in the course of one desperate night, held back a wave of panic and pandemonium.
Oh yeah, those ones are jerks.
It began after sundown. Time, 7:15. as Flight A Coast Patrol from Travis Field was returning to base. When the nightly Air Force transport pointed north toward Japan via the Great Circle route. While at sea, the Navy and Coast Guard maintained their usual round-the-clock vigil. And from the equator to the Arctic, the radar network swept the skies with eyes that never sleep. Time, 7:19. An unidentified object was picked up 200 miles southwest of Point Barrow, Alaska. 7:27. Unidentified object confirmed at Fairbanks, Alaska. Heading south-southeast, 170 degrees.
I'd love to, but I don't think that one's public domain.
Feet. Estimated speed, 5,000
Best I can do is the
miles per hour.
1925 one.
White warning. 7:39. Unidentified object 200 miles due west of Vancouver, British Columbia. Course 170 degrees. Height 60,000 feet. Estimated speed down to 3,600 miles per hour. Yellow warning. 7:54. First interceptor flight airborne. Point of interception, 80 miles due west of San Francisco, California.
There are so many of these
7:55.
that just start with like a
Unidentified
voiceover
object past
over
point of
military stock footage.
Red warning. 8:11. Morro Bay, California. Height 50,000 feet. Estimated speed 2,000 miles per hour. 8:15. Santa Monica, California. Height 10,000 feet. Speed
I think
1,200 miles per hour.
It's presumably about a phantom that comes from
All
space.
traces of unidentified object gone. Red warning lifted. By 8:25 at the Los Angeles branch of the Communications Commission, reports of strong interference with radio and television reception began to pour in from the beach area. The monitors went to work immediately. Mobile units were ordered to converge on the vicinity of the disturbance. Pinpoint direction finding devices began to trace the trouble to its source.
This is Mobile 1, Hazen speaking.
One from the 70s?
We're at Ocean and Beacon Way. Interference strength 2. Bearing 27 degrees. Over.
Mobile 1 from center. Roger. Over.
Mobile Center from Mobile 7, over.
I have a weird fondness for the 70s one.
Mobile 7. For the Pacific Center and Beach 4. Interference strength 3, bearing 39 degrees, over.
This is Mobile Center. Roger. Stand by. Mobile 1 and Mobile 7. From Mobile Center. Point of interception.
It's very colorful and has some very imaginative designs.
Repeat. 3 miles north, sir. Acknowledge.
This is Mobile 7, roger.
Mobile 1, roger.
Mobile 7, roger, we'll go out.
Okay, Charlie, let's get moving. Yes, what is it?
Take me to a phone quick. I need an ambulance.
What's the matter?
My husband and Pete out there in the picnic grounds just above the beach. They've been hurt.
Well, this is a communications car. I'll phone it in from here. I'm Mobile 1 to Central,
That's
over.
fitting.
You make that out, Charlie?
Not a word.
I'm Mobile 1 to Central. I can't reach you. Repeat. They must be getting us all right. I'm Mobile 1 to Central. Have an ambulance sent to beach at Sturt. Emergency. 2 men hurt. Acknowledge. Roger and out.
When the hell did I buy one single beam laser?
Oh, this man, he just kept coming at us. It was awful.
Who?
I don't know. He was wearing a suit like a diver. Hurry, please. They're hurt.
Charlie, you better wait here. I'll go down and take a look.
The young woman's hysteria became obvious as they reached the picnic grounds at the beach. There was no sign of the mysterious intruder, and little could be done for her husband and their friend until the ambulance arrived.
Authentic 60s sexism.
How are you doing?
Is a woman concerned?
Oh, we're just taking
It's
another
hysteria.
reading now. What happened down there?
The police took the girl and one of the guys to the station.
What about the other one?
Well, he's on the way to the morgue. That was her husband.
You're right on the button, Charlie. 44.7.
Report back to Central if you find anything else.
I've been jumping around a bit, so I'm bringing my stuff back here.
I'll pick you up right here in about an hour. Where are you going? Police asked me to drop by the station and sign a report. I'll see you later.
If you don't, you know where to look for the body.
Alright, so this is in transit, about 9 minutes. I don't know why I bought one.
Like I said, we were just starting to eat when we heard something tracking through the sand toward us. I looked up and couldn't see anything. Then Betty screamed.
I'm probably gonna want
I thought you
another
couldn't see
one.
anything.
I don't think
At first
it's
we
here.
couldn't. Then this guy started toward us.
What kind of a guy?
How should I know? He was wearing some kind of a helmet over his head. He could have been a deep-sea diver or anything.
All right. After you saw this diver, what happened?
Well, we jumped up. Ed, that was Betty's husband, yelled at him to stop, but he just kept coming.
We have two. We got
I
one.
never saw anything like it.
Got another one
He
already.
didn't say anything. He just kept moving in.
And then you say he attacked you.
Oh, we didn't give him a chance. Ed grabbed a piece of wood and took a swing at him. That didn't stop him. He caught the end. That's all I remember.
Just because a man's taking a walk, there's no reason to slug him. Besides, you don't look like a guy who frightens so easy.
How would you feel if somebody with a crazy helmet with pipes sticking out of it came at you in the dark? And look, I know this sounds crazy, but there wasn't any head in that helmet.
No head. No head at all.
It's the truth.
I am biting my tongue. I am not saying it.
It's all the same to you, Lieutenant. I've got to pick up one of my men at the beach.
Okay, thanks for coming down, Hazen. Hope I didn't put you out.
No trouble. So long. You too.
All right, let's start at the beginning. How well did you know the dead man? And his wife?
Betty and I went to school together. I knew Ed a year.
How long were they married?
About a year.
Wasn't her husband a little older than she?
I don't know.
But you said you and Mrs. Evans went to school together. And you never discussed anything personal with her?
She did mention
I'm
he was
specifically
older, yes.
looking for materials. I'm just gonna
15,
listen to
20 years.
everybody.
What difference does that make?
That wasn't too hard now, was it? Where do you live?
629 and a half East Palm Court. Why?
That's where the Evans live, isn't it?
Yeah, I board with them.
You do, huh? Now, Mrs. Evans is a good-looking woman.
What are you trying to say?
Level 7, huh?
Lieutenant Bowers.
Yeah, I can do this.
Where? Yeah, I got it. I'll leave right away.
It's showing me so much that doesn't have a material. I said materials.
Keep an eye on this guy until I get
These
back.
does not have.
What are you? You'll stay right where you are.
Okay.
At least until Mrs. Evans feels well enough to talk.
What do you want from her?
Oh, I just want to see if your story checks with hers. After all, you went to school together, remember?
There we go. Modified embedded firmware. Settlement.
You say there were no witnesses, huh?
None yet.
Anything missing?
I don't think so. The cash register wasn't touched.
Get a breakdown inventory as soon as you can. What about fingerprints?
The boys are working on them now.
Well, you know, it's something to do.
Sorry I'm late.
What kept you so long?
The lieutenant asked me to hang around a while.
So we're gonna do some very quick missions.
Looks like one of those things. Pretty girl, older husband, young boarder. Kid claims some guy without a head knocked the old man off.
You don't say. Anything else?
Yeah, he had a diver's outfit with horns.
No.
Pretty much
He's gonna
that,
have
yeah.
to do better than that.
How are we doing?
Oh, I've actually got some bounties I can claim here.
The radiation is going out with the tide. What about the radio phone?
It's working fine again.
Yeah, 90% of this is just the experience of being in a vehicle and controlling it with analog controls. Hello, Taco. I don't want to pay these, but I'm just gonna do it.
There he is there. He lives next door. His name's George Nelson. Hey, Mr. Nelson.
Yes, sir.
Come here, will you? I'm Lieutenant Bowers, homicide. You found this, buddy?
That's right. He must have just locked up for the night when this happened.
How do you know that?
Well, he usually does around this time.
What were you doing here?
I was sitting home watching the fights on TV, and all of a sudden the thing started acting up.
What has that got to do with it?
Well, you don't know this set. You know, it wouldn't work at all when I came home to supper. Then all of a sudden it cleared up fine. So I thought, well, I'll get set to look at the fights again, and all of a sudden out it goes again. So I thought maybe the battery station down here was
his name is Lieutenant Homicide.
Take a look, that's all.
That kind of speaks to a certain familiarity.
Don't you ever quit work? What's up this time?
Another murder? What are you doing here, Hazen?
Same as before. Still trying to track down that signal interference.
Hey, does that stuff work on TV, too?
Well, it has been for hours.
What'd I tell you?
What's the matter?
Seems there's something on the blink.
Well, at least we know we're on the right track. How'd you make out with that border?
He's still sticking to his stories. The guy had no head.
Well, I'll be seeing it. So long.
Right.
Come on, Charlie.
So no head then? Because that's what they said. They said there was no head.
And so the communications team resumed its mission to track the mysterious interference to its source. Via accurate readings taken at regular intervals by stationary and mobile units, it was determined that the disturbance was moving in a northeasterly direction. By 10:34, Mobile Center had pinpointed the disturbance at the edge of the Huntington oil fields. Units 1 and 7 were instructed to close in.
Hey, Charlie, do you see what I see? Yeah, the oil field. Let's hope our trouble's burning up. Well, there's only one way to
But
find
it's always a good idea, too. In fact, I've been slacking. I should get some more water, actually. And yeah, it's a good time to get into it.
2 murders and an explosion in one precinct is big news. Now, come on, you can't...
I'll let someone else give you the spiel.
Okay.
I forget the exact wording.
Very funny. Yeah?
I'm Haven, Communications Commissioner.
Oh, the lieutenant's waiting for you.
Thank you.
There is a non-zero possibility of it doing that.
You heard the man, Communications Commission.
So this kind of interference happens very often.
Never anything like this. It's on the move all the time.
Means some harm with the transmitter in the car.
It's not a transmitter.
There it is. There's the spiel.
It's interference.
Didn't have no idea what it is, huh?
Not yet. How are you making up?
Not so good. You were here when I questioned that boy about the murder at the beach.
Did you get anything more out of it?
Yeah. Come on with me. You might want to see this. I see you're just about done. Thanks, you can go now. Are you sure this is what the man looks like?
Oh, hell yes.
Well, just about, only I think the tubes were a little lower down.
Oh, I'm very excited now.
I'm positive there wasn't.
Y'all see that?
What about you?
Well, it was dark. I couldn't swear to it.
Thanks, that'll be all.
You mean we can go now?
They did a little drawing of the spaceman. I'm gonna wind that back, actually. I'm gonna make sure you see that. Hang on, let me zero out.
Changed your mind about it.
Are you sure this is what the man...
There he is.
What do you say, Betty?
Oh, I love it.
Well, just about, only I think the tubes were a little lower down.
That's some real Flatwoods Monster energy.
I'm positive there wasn't.
What about you?
Well, it was dark. I couldn't swear to it.
Thanks, that'll be all.
You mean we can go now?
Yeah, for the time being. Just stick close to home. I may want to see you again tomorrow.
We'll be there.
Come on, Betty.
Gotta change your mind about those two, haven't you?
Yeah, I guess I have. I will bring in the old man, will you?
Don't tell me you believe this story about this whatever it is.
I know it sounds as phony as it ever did. But, sit down, will you please? You're the, watchman at the Huntington oil fields?
Oh, yes, sir. I've been with the company for over 22 years.
Sit down. Would you tell Mr. Hazen here exactly what happened?
Well, sir, like I said before,
It's a hell of a drive.
I was just closing the gate for the night when I saw this fella coming up. I was never so scared in my life.
Yes, go on.
Well, it wasn't the man so much.
I'm gonna put this on autopilot. I'm gonna let the movie play. I'll be back with some water.
He just pushed his way right in there through the gate and walked right up to the tank.
Now, you carry a gun. Did you try to stop him?
Well, he was much too close to the tank. I was afraid to shoot. So I thought I might call for help. And just as I got to the shack, the tank blew up. Oh, you should see this sight.
Yeah, sir, can you give us a description of this man? How would you say he was dressed?
Well, sir, like I said before, he wore a sort of flyer's not outfit with a helmet attached to it.
How tall was he?
Oh, he was a giant of a man. And he had tubes sticking out of that thing, that helmet he wore.
Can you tell us what his face looked like?
Well, sir, though he got pretty close to me, I could swear the man had no face.
Now, if you saw this man again, would you recognize him? I mean by his outfit.
Oh, I'll never forget that sight if I live to be 100, sir.
Would you say this is the man?
Wait, sure, that's him.
Thank you very much. You may go now.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Well, Hazen, what do you say now?
Beats me.
I'd love to know why clicking the mouse does that.
This could be some kind of flying suit. High altitude.
If the surface scanner's out of range, it just shouldn't
Well, how do you
activate.
explain that stuff about the missing head?
No, we can discount that. These people were frightened. It was night. Nobody really took a close look at it.
I guess you're right. But whoever he is, that outfit doesn't look like one of ours.
Of course, he could have been dropped by parachute.
You mean sabotage?
I think we better wire a report to Washington, see what they say.
Oh, you can use our teletype. I'll tip off the LA police to please be on the lookout for something unusual.
What about the press?
Oh, I don't think they know too much now. We better keep it that way for a while at least, till we find out whether our friend is still around here.
Well, if he is, I think we can find him for you. My hunch is that he's carrying something around that's causing all this disturbance, whether he knows it or not.
Moo wants some food.
Yeah. Kill that page 1 lead. They let the boarder and the girl go. How do I know? Maybe the lieutenant thinks that the guy in a flying suit knocked off the husband. Nah. No, not a chance. Not a chance of an exclusive on that picture. They're making a blanket release in the morning. Oh, there's a guy from the Communications Commission in there now. Yeah, I'll call you back later if there's anything new. Okay.
Come in.
Moo has been
Sorry to
fooded.
interrupt you, Lieutenant. Yeah, what is it, Jim? There's a teletype can for you.
Oh, thanks, Jim. We're waiting for it. That was fast. Well, here's our answer.
Looks like they never sleep in Washington. Says to contact a Major Andrews, care of Dr. Wyatt, director of the Griffith Institute.
Hey, it's kind of late. Maybe I'll give him a call.
While you're at it, I'll go out the car and check in with Central.
Okay.
Well, that's the story up till now. We got in touch with Washington. They told us to contact you here.
Very interesting. What do you think?
Still going, huh?
When I see something like this, I understand why you gentlemen might have thought sabotage was involved.
Lieutenant, are you sure there were no traces of this saboteur, this X-Man, found after the explosion in the oil field?
Fire department went over every inch of the area. Didn't come up with a thing.
Well, there's a strong possibility that he might have perished in the explosion itself.
I doubt that. We're pretty well convinced this man is carrying something that's responsible for all the signal interference. According to the last report I got, there was a definite disturbance about 3 miles east of the oil fields, sometime after the explosion.
Well, then if he's alive, you should be able to keep an accurate check of his whereabouts.
Not that easy. As a matter of fact, we lost contact about three-quarters of an hour ago.
Knock it off.
Maybe he realized you were trailing him and got rid of whatever he had that was causing the disturbance.
Moo and Tonko are fighting
What
under
my
the door.
department can do to help you.
I guess it's up to us. Unless you have some suggestions.
Well, let me think out loud for a minute. It might just be that what we've been talking about so far, and this phantom, as we'll call him, ties in with what the doctor and I have been discussing.
These two lovely individuals in the lower left, Moo,
but somewhere
and
around 7:30 this evening,
or Taco.
Our radar networks picked up an unidentified object off Point Barrow, Alaska.
They're friends.
They traced it clear down to Santa Monica before they lost it.
Santa Monica. That's where we first picked up our radio.
Taco's on the other side of the door.
Right at the scene of the murder.
Moo is pressed against the floor watching him under the gap.
How our man got here.
You mean that he came in some plane? In that case, somebody would have seen it land and take off again. Or did it crash?
No.
They are very entertaining.
No, we don't think it was a plane. No rocket or jet that has been built so far can attain the speeds of 5,000 miles an hour, particularly for such a great distance.
I see the shadow of Taco's nose under
Couldn't
the
your
door.
unidentified object have been a meteor? They travel at a terrific speed.
Yes, fast enough for most of them to burn themselves out.
They're just staring at each other.
The Earth's atmosphere. And did it occur to you that meteors are not very likely to travel horizontally, all the way from the North Pole to California?
Okay, smartass.
Or a flying missile of some type. How do you figure this phantom ties in?
We're not sure that he does.
I don't care what you say. But it doesn't
Everybody
make
knows
sense to me.
meteors don't travel horizontally.
Anybody trained in sabotage would be undercover. This guy's walking around in a monkey suit, killing people.
Excuse me, Dr. Watt. Is there a Lieutenant Bowers in here?
Oh, yes. What is it, miss?
There's a Mr. Wakeman from the Chronicle here to see you.
Yeah. Yeah, that might be a clip. Hang on, I need to write down the timestamp.
Barbara Randall.
Well, hello.
Hello.
It's Mrs. Randall, Lieutenant.
I'll be right back.
Barbara, you know the Major?
Of course.
And this is Mr.
The Communications Commission.
How do you do?
Well, I see you are
glitch,
working
you
a little
say.
later tonight than usual.
Yes, my husband's teaching a late class, and he won't be able to pick me up for a while. Besides, I had some work to do in the lab.
Well, at least you'll have lots of company.
All right. So I shouldn't have come up here. But I gotta get your angle on this beach murder. And your whole department is shut up.
Look, Wakeman, will you stop bothering me? There's nothing to say. If you got an exclusive story from that Evans Damon or Board, then you know as much as I do.
Yeah, but that still doesn't explain anything about the guy without a head. Come on.
Your guess is as good as mine.
You mean you let those
nice.
go without knowing that? I don't buy it.
Well, I did.
Well, then you must have an awful good reason. I bet you're trying to tie it in with that other murder. All right, Lieutenant. Don't tell me. I'll get my story somehow. Oh, if you want to know how things turn out, read the Chronicle in the morning.
That's right. Now get in touch with Charlie in Mobile 1 and have him call for me here. Okay, honey.
Well, did you come up with anything?
No, we're just briefing Barbara here.
It's just amazing the way you've been able to put these things together.
Don't kid yourself, Mrs. Randall. It seems the press knows as much about it as we do.
Well, let's hope they don't come to the same conclusions. A few lurid headlines, and every fool in the country will be seeing phantoms in spacesuits and men from Mars all over the
He
place.
said the title.
Yes, I can imagine.
Sort of.
And mass hysteria is difficult.
Hey, we're a third of the way in, and there's been no phantom from space.
Well, from the looks of things, I guess it's up to me. I'll be in touch with you as soon as I hear anything. See you.
By 12:30 a.m., the draft
shit, you're right, it's a phantom, it's invisible.
mobile units patrolled the
We wouldn't
streets
be able
and
to see it.
countryside. They covered an area 35 miles square. Special and sensitive equipment was prepared for action. Everyone on the job was ready to move on the first signal from the Communications Commission. Monitor Corona to Mobile Center, strength 4, Brickyard at 160th, moving toward oil fields. Contact your units. Over and out.
Units 1 and 7 from Mobile Center. Units 1 and 7 from Mobile Center. Strength 4, interference at 160th in the oil field. Moving due east. Close in.
Repeating, strength 4, interference at 160th and URL.
I wonder if this is the one where at the end it's like there was no monster. Is it this one or... Oh, I can't remember. Well, it might be this one. Oh, hey, there he is.
Just got here, trying to set this up. What gives it?
I thought this said BJ Sadface.
Why don't walk over those oil fields? Well, it doesn't register as far as the oil field.
No, it doesn't.
Right, Lieutenant. You two go that way, Lieutenant, out here. Fritz, Joe, you follow him. Come on, Doctor. And you? Oh, forget it. Look at this. Yeah, points this way. Hey, Joe.
Maybe.
Joe.
There he goes.
Hazen. Hey, Hazen. 603. Going strong.
That's it, Doctor.
This mostly just reminds me of the sequence in The Incredible Melting Man where they're tracking him down with the Geiger counter. That is an incredible costume.
It's leading this way. Come on.
He looks so, he looks so guileless. He doesn't look like he's, playing up being a space monster. He just looks like he got locked out of his house. Alright, I need to get tapped in, because this is going to get real dicey real quick.
It's this way. Come on.
Okay, now we get out of here. Oof. Oof.
You're doing strong.
Good.
That's right. Checks with me. Sure does. He's here. We saw him.
Oh, that must be what the monkey costume is referring to. The monster in Robot Monster was a monkey suit with a space helmet.
Yeah, we gotta get on the roof. Fritz, go get a ladder. Look out! Let's cut him off! Come on. Around here.
Yes, and a skull.
Anybody see him?
This music's incredible.
There he is.
Again, he looks so hapless.
Cut him now.
I love it.
We'll give you 10 seconds to come out of there, starting now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay.
We're going in. Up you guys.
Well, good call, Icebound. He did take off his suit. And now he's just nude on an alien planet. Oh, yeah?
There's nobody in here. Possible we saw him come in. Maybe he went out of the window. We won't get very far. Don't touch anything till we check for fingerprints.
Oh, Doctor, over here. He left his suit and his helmet.
Hey, let's spread that thing out so I can get a good shot of it.
For your information, that's a Geiger counter, and it says hands off.
I think you'd better wait outside.
I just have a job to do.
So do we. And I'm afraid ours will have to come first.
And there's no radiation from the helmet. But look at this.
So that's what's been causing all this trouble. Charlie, you know where we can pick up a lead-lined box in a hurry?
Well, Mobile 7 should have one. They're right outside. I'll take a look.
Hurry it up, will you?
Oh yeah, in the meantime, let's all just stand around it.
They might be carrying some devices.
Okay, that's a python. We're not gonna tangle with this one.
Special lead that is due to the very clothes on his body.
That's not the only thing that bothers me. Did any of you get a good look at his face?
Not me. He's too far away.
Well, I did. Unless I'm mistaken, that helmet was empty. Hey, where am I going to put this stuff?
Oh, put it in Dr. Wyatt's station.
Yeah, we take it back to the Institute.
Right. Slide on, Z?
No, that's all right. You can handle that.
This is just how people treated radiation back then. Every interaction with radiation is just that bit from the Chernobyl series.
Any luck?
It's not great, not terrible.
The boys are still searching the grounds.
For what? Nobody knows what he looks like without that outfit.
I'll bet on that, Major. Reporter got a flash picture of him, and I just happened to borrow that film. It's on its way to headquarters right now to be developed.
Good. Send us a print as soon as you can.
Sure.
Lieutenant, are you sure you don't want to come with us? We want to make a few tests at the lab.
I'd like to, Doctor. Would you know the situation? I gotta get that guy. Let me know how you make out, will you?
Yeah, we'll do that, sure.
The process of transporting that spacesuit is going to end up being like that, what was the name of that? It was like, there was an incident where somebody, like, scavenging an abandoned hospital broke open an MRI, like an X-ray machine, and took the radiation source out of it. I think he just opened the box to see if it was in there. I don't think he put the suit back on.
Good evening, Doctor. We were just on our way home when we saw you drive in.
Good evening, Barbara. Hello, Bill. I see we got here just in time.
Anything new?
Lots of excitement, but that's all.
I assume because this one's orange, that's the one I'm going
Oh,
for.
of course. How are you?
How are you?
Hey, it's a nice-looking dog you've got there. What's his name?
His name? Venus? Say, Bill, I hate to ask you. Something important has come up, and I wonder, can we borrow Barbara for about an hour or so? I suppose so.
Of course. Darling, why don't you go and do the shopping? Here's the list. The market's open all evening.
I may as well. See you later, Helen.
I'll take the dog and tie her up.
Thank you, Bill. Good night. Good night. I'll give you a hand with it.
Oh, thanks, Doc. Easy now. Look out for your fingers.
All right.
Look out now. Don't drop it.
Ben, come back here! Ben, come back here!
See, they were tracking him by the radiation, but how they really should be tracking him is just by following the sound of the musical saw.
Look, there's no one in here. Come on, Doctor. You know you're not allowed in here. Venus, I said be quiet. Come on, girl. Now you stay right here, Venus. And I don't want to hear one sound of it.
Venus is a really bad dog name.
You were right, Doctor. There are no fingerprints anywhere.
What's all this?
Hey, don't touch anything.
You better put some gloves on. Our friend, Mr. X, left this suit at the oil refinery.
You mean you were that close to him and you didn't catch him?
I'm afraid so. That's up to the police now. Hand me those shears. I want to cut up this material to work with it. Hey, you better have those sharpened.
But I just bought them.
Well,
Here, try this knife.
She says she just bought the scissors, but it must be hysteria. Get me a knife instead.
This stuff is tougher than nylon. Why don't I try it over a Bunsen burner?
Anytime an old-timey movie does this, like, let's test this alien material thing, all I can hear is just the fucking line from the Mystery Science Theater 3000 movie, where it's just like, this isn't paper, it's some kind of metal. No, Cal, that's paper. Nylon was advanced technology back then, though.
Indestructible.
Thank you.
Artificial structure.
You tell me. Take a look at that weed.
What weed? There is none.
I know he said weave, but the audio quality is low enough that it almost sounded like he said, look at that weed. What weed?
Why, you're right. It must be some sort of plastic.
No. I'd say it's a metallic substance of some kind.
Well, I've seen a lot of interesting alloys, but never anything like this. Let's try an acid test.
All right.
Go ahead. Careful now. We'll only take a drop or two. Repel acid like a raincoat repels water.
Why, there's no reaction.
Well, Major, this looks as though we're going to be here for a long time.
That's the twist ending. It turns out he was here to hunt
the helmet
xenomorphs.
is not radioactive. The suit is. There is no doubt. This spacesuit is conditioned to function above 63,000 feet, where human blood would boil, resulting in the body expanding to twice its size. And death, of course.
I know. And it must withstand pressure and counterpressure. Also, it must be so supercharged it can function in thin atmosphere.
Now, let's see what it is that is left in this breathing apparatus.
Well, how are you doing?
Every so often, just completely unbidden, I will remember the ending of Predator 2.
What's the rest of the formula?
No, that's where I'm stuck. I can't figure it out. It just doesn't respond to any of the usual tests.
Well, how could anyone exist on that combination of gases?
You and I couldn't. But apparently someone can.
Did I forget my... Okay, no, I do have.
Our X-Man doesn't breathe oxygen and hasn't the metabolism of a normal human?
I really don't know. From what we've seen, he has some physical characteristics.
One of the movies of all time.
But added to them is this fabulous radioactivity that none of us could stand. I am puzzled.
I am going to... Oh, skimmers. I love skimmers.
I think the answer lies right here in this helmet. Obviously, he needs it to survive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked wearing it where he was sure to be recognized. As it is, he only took it off when he was cornered.
But what you say is true. How can he exist without it now?
Let me put it this way. It's like a patient in an iron lung. Sometimes one piece can be removed for hours at a time without any ill effects.
Exactly. And I think the same principle applies here. And that means sooner or later, he has to get his breathing apparatus back or die.
I don't understand.
This is probably really dumb.
If we were to return...
I kind of want to get out.
To where he left it, he might be tempted to come back.
Dr. Wyatt speaking? Yes, he's here.
No, thank you.
Hello, Major. Still at it, huh?
Mm-hmm.
No, we haven't got a thing, no. The picture?
Yeah, hold on. He says the picture the reporter took of our man didn't come out.
I was afraid of something like that. The radioactivity must have burned the emulsion.
Hello.
Come here, I want to scan you.
No. No, we didn't find any fingerprints at all in this
Come here, I want to scan you.
Did you
Come here, I
find
want to
any?
scan you.
Not too bad.
Hello? Will you wait there, please?
No, I can't scan.
We don't know what to make of this either. Have you heard from the communication boys yet? Well, let's hope they turn up with something.
Major, excuse me.
Hold on.
I'm gonna take a wild guess and say that they become hostile when I scan.
He does. Where is he?
I told him to wait in the lobby.
Good. Hello?
I don't know.
And it's our friend from the press is here.
Can't go through that.
Don't worry, I wouldn't dare let anyone in on anything. At least not till we get something concrete. Right. All right, I'll see you later.
Oh, it's not even. I just came out here because I wanted to demonstrate that you can't do stuff here. This is a Horizons mission, not an Odyssey mission. There are not even any cuttable panels.
Oh,
The turrets might.
Nice lot of gadgets you got here.
We think so.
They might have panels. Because
Well, I
I
was
think
wondering if you might let me
the
take a couple
generic
pictures of that
turret
suit you brought
object
here.
got updated.
I'm sorry, we can't do that.
Oh. Well, now look, I got a wonderful picture of the guy running in the shack, and the lieutenant stuck his nose in my business, and what do I get? A blank.
No, apparently not. No openable panel here. Let's have a look at it. Because I know the defense turrets at settlements, you can cut them open and turn them off. Crystal slimes, huh? Nice. Yeah, there's nothing for me to do here on my feet.
Well, you must have some lead on this guy, otherwise you wouldn't have brought that suit up here.
Well, let's just say we were curious.
I love the movie confirming that he's barefoot, by the way.
Hello, Bill. My breakfast soon? Isn't Barbara through? I don't know. She's still in the lab. Why don't you go up and see? Thanks, I will.
Leaving restricted area.
Barbara, are you in there?
What?
Entering restricted area.
This is the restricted area. Nobody cares.
I can't see him. He locked the door and has the key.
I'll break the door down.
No, Bill, don't, please. You better get help.
You mean I'd come all the way up here for nothing?
I'm afraid.
Alright, time to interact with this in the intended way.
Good night.
Yep, no, that's the Bella Chow. She just looks like that.
Major, come quick.
What's the matter?
What's the matter? Where's Barbara? In the lab. The door's locked and there's someone in there with her.
I can't believe we're stuck under the ship again. Every time.
I thought you said the door was locked.
What? She's gone.
Oh, cover the main entrance. That's the only way anybody could leave. I will.
Well, in that case, we would have seen her on our way up.
Well, then she must still be in the building.
We'd better split up. I'll take
The movie confirmed that the Phantom is barefoot.
Barbara! 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 Where are you? Barbara!
Okay, now I see the restricted area. You can see it on my map there. For some reason, crossing over it on foot didn't count. I was looking for Barbara.
Barbara!
Who is... Oh, she's floating. Okay, it says these are wanted.
Not yet. She must be around here someplace. Now, you stay here. Watch the main entrance. And I'll check the basement. All right.
That's just the 60s. Is my data link unbound? Oh, right, because I was in Horizons, that's why.
She's not up there. Where's the doctor? He went down to the basement. Here he comes. You didn't find her? No. I'd better call the police. But there's no telling what could happen to her in the meantime. No, take it easy. We're doing the best we can. But she said she was locked in, and she couldn't see who did it. Can you explain that?
Who is shooting it?
No. Not yet.
Oh, that's one of the turrets. These skimmers can barely do anything. So I'm just gonna go ahead and skedaddle. Yeehaw. Hey, maybe.
Don't come near me. I'm warning you, don't come near me. Don't! The code. I don't understand. You're trying to tell me you need it to breathe, and there isn't much left in the tank. 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3.
Feet just keep coming up. I don't know why.
One, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3.
I mean, that is basically true. Alright, good. We're out of range. Oh no, a hand!
In the lab.
No, please don't.
She's in there. Barbara!
I mean, you gotta, right?
Darling, are you all right?
I think so. I'm looking for him. I just saw him, so he must be in here.
Watch steady feet to the ground. You'll be killed.
Yeah, they very, very distinctly showed a bare footprint. The spaceman is nude. This is established.
I couldn't see him. I didn't know what to do.
Come here, quick.
Disintegrating.
This is amazing.
It's amazing. Hey, what the wait, hold up. What is shooting at us?
No, quiet down.
Oh.
Just quiet down.
That's cute. Look at that. They think they can hit us with their lasers from there. I'm just gonna chill out here. Yeah, mission successful. Got some encryption archives. Alright, let's get out of here.
Mobile Center from Mobile 1, come in, please.
This is Mobile Center. Go ahead.
Get hold of Major Andrews or Dr. Wyatt at the Institute. I want to talk to either one of them.
I will do. Stand by, Mobile 1.
Dr. Wyatt speaking. Oh, yes, Mr. Hazen. Yes, we're still at it. Lots and lots of excitement, but nothing definite yet. Have you anything to say?
The trouble seems to be just about gone. We get a flash in the direction of the observatory once in a while,
Okay,
but I figure that's
counting
because
is
of the
done because
outfit
there
you're
are
testing.
enemy ships after me. Which I'm not going to deal with, because
Yes.
it keeps throwing pythons at
Lieutenant
me.
Bowers ought to be here any minute. Of course. How long will it take you to get up here? Good. See you then. Thank you, gentlemen. Put it down here, please. Barbara, putting that cord in over there. Now you're going to see. I have to resort to ultraviolet light in order to show you what little there is left of it.
Could be. There have definitely been situations where, like, a harmless python without shields I could probably take.
To this liquid, and it is in an evaporating stage. The helmet is in the lab and still intact.
Hey, grats on the honey plort.
This is amazing. All the radiation in this suit would be fatal to a normal human being wearing it.
Of course. And furthermore, our respiratory system could never assimilate gases such as we have found in that breathing device.
Well, then we have to assume our so-called X-Man carried his own atmosphere with him.
Excuse me.
Yeah, it's how a spacesuit works, man.
Why do we refer to this thing as a him? I thought it was invisible.
Under normal conditions, yes. Yet, Mrs. Randall did see the imprint of a large foot and a masculine hand under ultraviolet light.
How do you explain that?
I don't
That's
know.
This is the critical part. The only python we're interested here is the one that came from space. Come on, movie, pay up.
Yes. Now, suppose we maintain the same chemical
Okay,
composition
yeah, see,
in the
dangerous.
body of
I'm
the
not
X-Man,
messing
but
with this one.
substitute silica for carbon. Silica, that's glass. Exactly.
The irony of demanding the space python and then being interdicted by a python in space is not lost on
Foreign
me.
to its origin, might appear invisible to our eyes.
Are you trying to say, Doctor, that we're not dealing with a human being?
I didn't say that. On the contrary, all the evidence points in the opposite direction. Toward a superhuman with an intelligence far superior to our own.
How can you tell?
First of all, Mrs. Randall saw that he has a hand with digits like our own fingers and a thumb opposing. That alone is a sign of intelligence. And he comes from a civilization that has developed
so many takes.
Space transportation to enable him to travel to Earth. We have nothing yet that can reach even another planet in our own solar system.
That could account for the unidentified objects picked up by radar a few hours ago.
My theory is that the spaceship, or whatever it was that he came in, operated on the principle of magnetic rather than atomic propulsion, and that somewhere in the outer limits met with a condition where the Earth's gravity pulled it down and it fell into the ocean. And that he...
Yeah, I mean, we only saw one hand. Maybe it has more.
Sure.
You really can pick up any type of communications interference, no matter how weak the signal may be.
Sure thing. We were on his trail from the minute he left the beach.
I never knew you carried such sensitive instruments in your car.
Yeah, there could be thumbs there. You gotta be sure.
What you told us is very interesting, Doctor. But I've got to make an official report to headquarters. Are you willing to be quoted that the criminal we're after...
And yeah, anthropologically, thumbs are considered a sign of intelligence, but like...
We know that our Earth is not the only planet capable of sustaining life in one form or another.
Like, in a greater context, the important thing is not so much the thumbs as it is the ability to, as Den said, manipulate one's environment.
And we're after a killer.
Has it occurred to you that our X-Man has no apparent motivation for his acts, and might therefore not be an intentional criminal at all?
You have a point there.
Hey, wait a minute.
I mean, yeah, Moon's right there. When she brought it up, it really was the elephant in the room.
So that could have been enough to provoke the strange creature. And the same could have happened at the second murder.
Sure. What about the fire in the oil fields?
Evidently, our man sensed the presence of some gases, which he thought might be utilized in the
Tonko.
apparatus.
Yeah, that could account for his presence at the oil refineries, where something went wrong, causing the explosion.
Too bad he got wise to us and took off his uniform, or we'd have been able to catch up with him by now.
No, he didn't utter a word. But I'm convinced he was trying to convey a message. Tapping out a code. I wrote it down.
Let me see that, please. Doesn't make sense.
Well, it may be based on some mathematical system we know nothing about.
But he was trying to tell us something. Why did he run away?
Imagining that in the same voice as the sabotage guy.
Oh man, we're gonna die here.
Jeez. I'm no good at accents, otherwise I'd try. Oh shit, you're Plorts, what happened?
I guess so. Let's try and get a hold of him.
Mobile 1 from Mobile Center, come in, please. Mobile 1 from Mobile Center, come in, please. Mobile 1 from Mobile Center, come in, please.
Come.
That's Central calling.
I'm glad I've enabled this.
Here by the car. I'll go tell Hayden.
Oh no.
Yes, Colonel Powell. Of course, I'll
Did
make
they
you
get
a complete
absorbed?
report first thing in the morning. Yes, sir, thank you. Oh, and I'm awfully sorry to disturb you so late at night.
We're all
Right,
trying to
good night.
find the guy who did this and give him a
He's around here,
spanking.
this invisible guy. He was in the car.
How do you know?
I was talking to Randall outside when I heard Central calling. Before I could get over to answer, I saw the door open and shut by itself.
We try to keep things
For all we
interesting.
know, he could be trying to send a distress signal to his home base, wherever that is.
Oh, let's hope he doesn't get through. We've got enough
Let's see
problems, just
here.
one of those guys.
Well, at least we know he's surrounded the vicinity.
Next, we're
It's obvious what keeps him around.
Of course. He's got to come back for what little gas there is left in his helmet.
And when he does,
Oh, please, the most important thing is to take him
Store
alive.
these.
We can only make each other understand. There's no telling how much science can...
Oh, wait, hang on. I can't store this because it's illegal. Hang on.
cornered,
Hang on,
I'll
hang
be able
on.
to hang on to him.
I think we're
I
all
have to put
agreed
this
on
back.
All right, good, then we must see it from
And
his
then I have to
angle.
go pay my
He is in
bounty.
an alien world. No doubt we are as frightening to him as he is to us. Now, the most important thing, then, is to keep calm at all costs and do nothing to provoke him.
Immediately,
Bit late
a
for that,
simple
my
plan
dude.
to trap the Phantom went into operation. All obstacles to his entry were removed. To erase any possible suspicion, the doors were left unguarded, and inconspicuous electric eye equipment was set up. All this was connected to a makeshift control board, which would immediately signal the exact location of the trespasser. Now, there was nothing to do but wait. The one road leading to the Institute was blocked off to make certain no outsider would upset the plans or interfere in any way.
I'm gonna take a wild guess and say an outsider will interfere in some way.
Who said so?
Lieutenant
Bauer's orders.
Now all our stuff is clean.
He might be.
Well, you get word to him that Joe Wakeman of the Chronicle is here.
Sorry, bud, I can't leave.
Oh, what about them over there? Hey, you over there.
Me?
Hey, Tonko,
Yeah.
how you doing?
Aren't you the guy from the communications outfit? Didn't I see you down at the oil fields a couple hours ago?
What of it?
You got anything to do with this?
Well, you'll have to ask Lieutenant Bowers about that.
How can I if he won't see me?
That's a good question.
My heat sink launcher. Shield booster. Hey, bud.
Time is cheap.
Hey, Taco.
Yeah, well, how long can you sit on the edge of your chair like this?
Over here if we have to.
There you go.
I only hope this mechanism works.
It will, unless he flies in between the wires.
I wouldn't take any bets that he can't.
Well, if everything else fails, we still have Venus here to help us. You know, I'm certain she sensed his presence before. That's why she carried on so.
Okay, so you can just swap them that way. Yeah, I try to get it as low as possible.
What's the matter, Lieutenant? Is this thing getting you?
Oh, no. I'm just thinking about public reaction to all this. I'd give something to the press by morning.
What's going on, Tonko? Oh, bye. Tonko has left.
You know, ever since I was a kid, I wanted to be a pilot. And then after I got my wings and I'd had 75 missions, I thought I'd seen everything. Now, after all this, I know I haven't seen anything.
He's here.
The back end.
Remember, now take it easy. One track.
Thrusters, beam laser, shield booster. Okay. We have what we need to do a little bit more engineering. However, we need to do some setup, I think. It does have that very important dog. When they introduced Venus, I didn't think Venus was going to be as important as it has been. I need to check something. Did it? Yeah, it just unlocked him. I don't even have to bring him his gold. Filled the initial contract. I'll fucking take it. Because the next thing, if that wasn't done, would be I'd have to fill up with cargo racks and bring him 200 units of gold. So, since we don't have to do that...
Stop! Hey, what are you guys trying to do? Well, it's the reporter. Yeah, it sure is. What's going on around here? You guys crazy?
This isn't even that far from here.
How'd you get in here? Oh, that don't make any difference. Come on, what's up? What's going on?
All right, Lieutenant, you better tell him. I'll reset the wires.
Yeah, we are basically doing the same scene again.
Don't you understand? Can't you speak? Can't you say something, anything, in any language? Listen, everybody. He's in the lab with me now. He's in the lab with me now. Venus, be quiet.
It is one of the games of all time.
Hurry, he's having trouble breathing. I don't think he can last much longer. And please, don't let Venus get at him. And walk in quietly.
Quiet, Venus.
It's unbelievable.
You see, there's nothing to be afraid of. Nobody wants to hurt you.
I've tried to reason with him. I feel he understands, but he can't speak.
Wait a minute, I'll try his code. I think I remember it right. Better plug in the ultraviolet light.
Huh? how much of the plot of this hinges around the fact that nobody can control this one dog. I would be inclined to agree, yeah. I wanted really hard to like Star Citizen, but boy, that game doesn't want you playing it.
He's going to the roof.
I really wish that wasn't a joke and that there were other things.
Take this. I'm going after you.
The way I understand it, like, when Star Citizen has worked, it has held my interest. The problem is that any time I try to show it to someone, it decides to stop working, and it makes me hate it.
In here with a big telescope.
The super big thing that, like, this is the thing that everyone who's super into it says. The thing that it's basically waiting on is server meshing, and there's no point in even trying to play it until server meshing is. Yeah, planets were just featureless black marbles, but only in a radius around me of about 100 meters. It was bonkers. But anyway, there's no point in playing it until server meshing is in.
Well, if he's in here, he'll never get out now.
This is what I've been waiting for.
Please, Lieutenant. This is our last chance. We have to take him alive.
Plug in the lamps.
There's an outlet here.
Yeah, No Man's Sky went really hard on procedural generation, which works for it in some respect. Hello! Hold on.
I hadn't seen this with my own eyes.
What do we do now?
Excuse me?
Amazing. There's code again. Look. He's trying to speak, but no sound is coming out of his mouth.
Look at Venus. She acts as though she hears him.
Yes. Dawn can hear sounds that we can. His voice must be beyond the range of the human ear. Maybe he's screaming.
Excuse?
The glow, it's almost gone.
Yeah, if it wasn't like 5 minutes until the ending of the movie, because he's super dead now.
Access granted. Proceed to landing pad 01.
And also extremely nude, yes. No nipples. Interesting.
We won't need these lights anymore. In death, he has become visible as a normal body.
Died as he lived, accompanied by a musical saw. Hey, hello? Oh, hey, this is 1.3 Gs, that's why. Hotboxing the room in death. That's how I want to go.
So he came here, wherever from, and right before our eyes, his body went through. The final phases of life.
Guy just immediately starts smoking. The end, no moral.
Well, it's morning.
None of that meant anything. Didn't solve shit. Wow, that was dumb as hell. Anyway, I'm gonna go see what this guy's deal is. I guess. Oh my god, the Phantom's actor was named Dick Sands. Oh, I could just walk in here. Yeah, Dick Sands. S-A-N-D-S. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure, Sands. Yeah, he's no Dick Warlock. It is coarse and rough and irritating. Alright, I'm going to close down the media library, because we're going to be done for the night as soon as we're done here. There we go.
I'm glad to see you at the Rest again.
Sir, we have never met before.
People always argue whether strong shields or a tough hull is better for their ship. I say, why would you want to find out?
You look different. You look way different. You don't have to visit them in person, you just have the option to. This menu right here you can get from the landing pad, but they added them in person and gave them voice lines, so I am visiting them in person to hear their voice lines. I would like his armor, though. It does look neat. Alright, so we're going to... lightweight our scanner. Let's see, how many of each do I have? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Let's do lightweight. Nah. Long range is nice, but it increases mass. Like, generally, if you're starting from a D class that already has low mass, then long range is good. I wanted specifically to go for A class and cut down the weight. I'm not, like, min-maxing so much as I am just, like... yeah, I have no, like, concern about power. I have, theory crafted a solution. There is an element of random generation, but they will always be higher than the previous ones. The randomness used to be a lot higher to the point where it was possible to get a result that was worse. Yeah, more or less. I have set the on Inara here the default like number of tries it picks, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, and I generally will pick up enough along the way to have a couple extra tries here and there. But for grade 5, I have 7 tries. So, that's a 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. And 7. There we go. I could do more, but I think these are earmarked for other things. Almost maxed. Close enough that I'm basically fine with it. If I really want to get it to the top, I will come back later. 95% of the way there is fine with me. So the other thing we're doing here is we're going for shield generator. This is going to be the one I think where I get the most shit from anyone who knows about the game. I know that the meta is thermal resistance. I know that explorers will also generally go for enhanced low power. I am going for reinforced, because the shields on the Cobra are made of paper. Yeah, reinforced is good for the Cobra because it has such a low inherent shield. Really? Did that change at some point? I remember thermal was always the meta. Well, regardless, we're doing reinforced with fast charge. I do, hang on, I do have the one that I wanted, right? I can't tell because I'm on foot and I can't look at my ship. Yeah, exactly. Okay, it is a 4A, alright. I couldn't remember if I had a bi-weave on or not. Precisely. Wow, this is just cruising along. Just a regular 4A. I didn't go for bi-weaves this time. I used to favor bi-weaves for the Cobra, but looking at the raw numbers of bi-weave regeneration versus reinforced with fast charge, I would rather have more shields in the first place than have shields come back faster, because once the shields are down, you're dead. That's it. There we go. An experimental effect. I would love to do prismatics. I would love to get weed shields if I had the patience to do power play, and I don't. Oh, so you saved your honey plorts then. Okay. Okay, fantastic. I was worried. Anyway, fast charge. And with that, we have reached grade 5
See you soon.
with Lei here, and it's real weird that you have an office here, because this isn't your base. This isn't your base, my man. This is a hangar. I don't know what's up with that. Like, let me show you what I'm talking about. This is the case at every engineering base, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there is at least that, but I would have liked, like... I would have liked an elevator or something. There we go. We got the invitation from Ram Ta. Everyone's favorite xenopornological expert. We'll go see him at some point. I'm not joking. That is canon. Ram Ta has seen things that we only wish we could see. Xenopornological. That man has seen Guardian porn. And he doesn't share. Okay, so it's less pronounced here than it is over at, like, Elvira's base, but these structures at the engineering bases will generally lead to, like, a really long corridor that connects to the actual base. So when, like, I landed at one of those and was very far from, like, the bulk of the base, and Elvira was just there, looking kind of like a shoe, I was very surprised. Because, like, since he's right there, that kind of implies that he's at every one. Listen, I'm not... that was not a deliberate callback to the theme. She just kind of looks like a shoe. Her face is very round now. I don't know what's up with that. Anyway. Let me go ahead and clean up my crafting lists. I mean, I guess in the lore of the game, they're holograms or something. I'm sure that he's just, like, telepresencing to his many offices. But it's still weird. Alright, let's see. I need to clear out... Yep, I already did that one. Clear out lightweight sensors. Oh yeah, it can only be Hysteria. Why do I not have... Why do I only have... Hang on. No, that doesn't seem correct, because I picked up way more than that. Why do I only have 6 Oh. Fuck. Okay. I forgot. So one of the changes they did to make engineering more viable was when you pick up an engineering material, you don't just get 1, you get 3. However, that only applies when you pick it up out in the world, like scanning a data point or picking up a material in a signal source. If you get it as a mission reward, you just get that number. I completely forgot. I thought when I got 3 modified embedded firmware, I was actually getting 9. I am upset. We're not going to Dav's Hope. We're not going to Dav's Hope. We could go to Dav's Hope, but we're not going to Dav's Hope. Mainly because it's busted in Odyssey, and I don't feel like going back to Horizon. My keybinds, my joystick binds are not carried over in Horizons, and I would have to fly with K-BAM. Which I probably need more practice with, but I don't feel like it. It's a long trip, and one of the things I like to do on long trips is I like to tab out and do stuff, and I can't do that unless I have my HOTAS. Maybe a crash site or something, I don't know. I can also... I only need 8 more, so I can skim it from missions, I'm pretty sure. I can also get 1 by trading data mined wake exceptions, but whatever. Regardless, let me see here. We're finished with Lay. The next one we need to unlock is Todd. Not Skyrim Todd. Todd the Blaster. Yeah, this guy. We need to farm up 100,000 credits worth of bounty vouchers. And then we can go hang out with this guy. He looks... He kind of got face smalled in Odyssey. His face seems a little smaller. But, other than that, let's see. Yeah, the only thing I need is 8 more modified embedded firmware. Let's see. Can I get away with not having all of it, though? Everyone kind of just got uglier, like a little bit. Like, even... Let's be real, even we got uglier. Where's the codex? Come on, load. Show us my terrifying visage. Look at this fucking guy. Look at him. Yeah, like, in Horizons, I kind of made him look a little bit like me, with, like, the beard and the long hair. And I gave him dark gray hair, because my hair is graying. In Odyssey, it's just... Dark gray is just gray, and the dark circles I put around his eyes have given him just these, like, extremely heavy, dark lids. I mean, tell it to that guy. That guy needs to drink some fucking water. He looks miserable. Now this is the miserable face of someone who came close to seeing the Phantom's dick and missed it. But yeah, his appearance is why, as I mentioned last time, I decided that our guy here is just the biggest scumbag in the universe. Anyway, looking at my crafting lists here, I think I can mostly get away with not having those. The thing that I would need them for is the experimental effect. Let's see, which one? Oh, hang on. Oh, no, hang on. I changed the experimental effect. I don't actually need it. I forgot to alter that, because I'm not getting... Yeah, I changed it to corrosive shell. Yeah, it's a little weird. It's a... For anyone who's not versed in that, experimental effects used to be completely random, which is why they were called experimental effects. So, like, you could do an engineering thing and you would get a random experimental effect, and if you did another engineering roll, you just lost it. Yeah, now it's just something you pay extra to apply. But anyway, I've actually got enough parts for most every... Corrosive shell is still the meta for kinetic weapons, right? I remember back when I had a Python, I had 3 multi-cannons with incendiary rounds, which was a good way to use the same weapon to burn down both shields and armor. But I am splitting the difference here on the Cobra between beam lasers and multi-cannons. So my beams are going to be I think, I believe efficient and thermal vents, so I can just keep them on all the time. And for the multi-cannon, since I'm going to be using them mostly on hull, I think corrosive is probably the move. At least, that was my thinking. Regardless, it is 5 in the morning right now, so I'm going to earmark that for next time. We're going to have to scare up high cap? Really? High capacity, huh? I mean, I guess it does have, yeah, high capacity increases total ammo, and does, I guess, increase rate of fire. But since they're gimbaled, and I am very judicious about keeping them on target. I don't do a lot of firing into space. Yep, good night. We'll be ending shortly anyway. I'm gonna bring us back down into the hangar. I think I'm probably gonna stick with overcharge just for the damage boost. Good night, Muna. And as for the rest of you as well, that's gonna be it for the night. Let's go ahead and set those credits a-rolling. Yeah, no problem. Thank you all for coming. Hope you had a good time. Let's see what these look like on the CRT. Hey, there we go. I will certainly try. Well, time to hit that long, lonesome highway. Have a great night, everyone.